should be here, and well, that's a plus because it wasn't showing it.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not now.
Great, wonderful. Let's turn this baby up.
She said, who is
Technology. Can't kill it, can't live without it.
that? Would you kill
Once you start acting up.
Oh.
Just hold on a minute.
I had to open up the song.
I didn't know what that word meant. I'm thinking it's kind of big. Well, now you can have it. Get your knuckle, get your bubble. Get your Bible provided.
Hey, come up here. I gotta talk to you. So yeah, pretty much that's what the hypohydrotic equation is.
It was not picking up the light through the settings and through. So we're waiting to see if people log on. Could you go to your phone?
Your deacons don't have their phone. Huh? You gotta take time to find it. So there you go.
Oh, there you go. You found it. We got too much to cover. Let's go. Let's get the Psalms and then get started.
Psalm 92, a psalm or song for the Sabbath day. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord and to sing praises unto thy name, O Most High.
Echo.
To shew forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night.
Echo.
Is that your phone?
Turn it down. Turn it blasting all the way up. There you go.
I think you'll know it all in my phone. It's not private. It's
Upon an instrument of 10 strings, and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy word. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Lord, for lo, thine enemies shall perish, all the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of an unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire on mine enemies, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to shew that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. Shema Yasharala Ahaya. Alahaya Noah Ahaya Akkad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Shema Yasharala Ahaya. Alahaya Noah Ahaya Akkad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Shema Yasharala Ahaya. Alahaya Noah Ahaya Akkad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord.
Thou hast proved my heart. Thou hast visited me at night, in the night. Thou hast tried me and shall find nothing. I am purposed that my mouth shall not transgress. Let the word of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my redeemer. And I will bless the Lord at all times. His praise shall continually be in my mouth.
That's right.
You want to wait a few minutes because it's not showing anybody on.
Yes, it is.
That's you. That's you two.
Okay, well, maybe they choose not to.
Maybe they got tired.
Yeah.
All right, so we give all the glory and praise to the Most High, Ahaya Shah, Ahaya, Yeshaya, and the Holy Spirit. Today we are going to continue with health and healing, and we're going to discuss serious mental illness. That is what we're going to talk about. A lot of the information that we got forth is out of the Diagnostic Manual for Diagnostic Manual Statistics number 5, short for DSM-5. What is the DSM-5? It's a book it's for psychology, and it has a lot of the abnormal diagnosis. It has what they are. It has a lot of information.
Also, we're using scriptures.
Yeah.
It's in the Bible.
We're using the Bible. All right, so we're going to talk about it, and I mean, really, how to get over a mental illness, a serious mental illness. Of course, we know deliverance and love, but we have a few scriptures that we're going to go through. So, which mental illness? The poll question, which is not on the chat, but it's okay. Which mental illness are you interested to get an understanding of? We are going to be talking on 18 different mental illnesses today. Narcissistic personality disorder, bipolar 1 and 2, conduct disorder, or dysgraphia.
That's the poll question.
That's the poll question. Which one are you interested to get an understanding of? Or maybe you have one. Hopefully, we will go over it. Narcissistic personality disorder, bipolar 1 and 2, conduct disorder, or dysgraphia.
Dysgraphias.
Bipolar 1 and 2.
Narcissistic personality disorder.
Okay, so that is the poll question. So let's do our disclaimer. We are not doctors. We are not professionally trained to come up with any type of diagnosis. This channel takes no representation or any responsibility for the accuracy of the information that comes off of this channel. You are encouraged to seek medical attention through those who are medically trained to dissect mental illnesses. You have to, with any medical condition or treatment, you must contact your physician. So, got that out the way.
Oh, I think, how do you say it?
What?
Serious. Had a comment question.
Okay. Right.
You sure? I wasn't going to hear. That's okay. Yeah.
So mental disorders. What is a mental disorder? A mental disorder is a condition. It's a condition of abnormal thoughts, abnormal feelings, abnormal behaviors. It is essential for people to, especially those who are in a deliverance ministry, to understand what constitutes a mental disorder or what is the presence of a mental disorder. Experiences, behaviors are typical of or those that violate social norms could be classified as a disorder. A mental disorder is a condition characterized by thoughts, feelings, or behavior that creates dysfunction. So, what is dysfunction? Dysfunction is a disruption of a person's ability to live their life productively. Dysfunction impairs relationship. Dysfunction does not allow you to communicate with other people. You have a hard time with communication. Dysfunction, holding down a job. Dysfunction is triggered by stressful events. Psychopathy is the study of psychology, and it's the study of disorders, which is what we're going to do today, including symptoms, the etiology, meaning the cases, and also the manifestation of psychological disorders. Now, we've heard of schizophrenia, we've heard of depression, we've heard of anxiety, addictions, which we are not going to go over. We're not talking any addictions today. Um, there are 5 conditions in the DSM-5 that are listed for that are listed, and they are major depression. I can't go from memory. Schizophrenia, bipolar disorders, alcohol abuse, and obsessive compulsive disorder. Those are 5. We're going to talk on major depression. There's different types of schizophrenia. We're going to cover that. Obsessive compulsive disorder, we're going to cover that. In addition, there's also things that are called phobias. We are not covering phobias today. We're sticking with serious mental illnesses. Mental health afflictions. 10.5% of the population in 1990 were dealing with mental health afflictions. Now, as far as 2020, nearly 50% of the population is dealing with a mental health issue. So over the last 3 decades, it has nearly tripled. Within the last 3 decades, 1990, it was very low. Now, 2020, 50%, and that number is probably skewed a little bit. When it comes to disorders, there are 3 clusters of disorders. The first cluster is cluster A. And we're going to talk on a few that are in cluster A. Cluster A is what is called personality disorders. What are personality disorders? Well, obviously, one is personality disorder. The other one is paranoid personality disorder. We're not going to talk about that today. Schizoid personality disorder, yes. and schizotypical personality disorder. There's a big difference between the two. We're going to talk about all the schizophrenias. We're going to talk about all except for catatonic. Catatonic schizophrenia is basically those people who do the mimes, or those people who can stand for a very long period of time as a statue. If those of you from Arizona, you remember we go street preaching, and that young man would be out there in cut with silver paint on or whatever, and he would be standing there like a statue. That's catatonic schizophrenia. It's not an art form. Cluster A, right? Cluster A is described as odd or eccentric behaviors, paranoid personality disorder, schizoid personality disorder, schizotypical personality disorder. All of those are in cluster A. So cluster A deals with your personality. And there are some differences in each of these personality disorders. There are some differences. Cluster B. Cluster B involves impulsive, dramatic, or emotional, or erratic behavior. That's in cluster B. Cluster B also is with personality disorders. Now, when it comes to cluster B, you have borderline personality disorder, or BPD. You have histrionic personality disorder. You have narcissistic personality disorder. You also have avoidant personality disorder, dependent personality disorder, and then you have your obsessive compulsive personality disorder. Okay. Cluster C deals with anxious and fearful.
Anxious and fearful of what? Anxious and fearful.
Disorders.
Anxiety, anxious, yeah.
Anxious, anxiety. What are those? You have personality disorders. You have avoidant personality disorder. You have dependent personality disorder.
Is that where the phobias would be?
Not necessarily. Phobias are their own branch. Okay. So as we read through these disorders and get descriptions of these disorders, there is an overlap when it comes to some of the disorders, and then there's not. So the best way that I can explain it is just to go through the disorders. At the end of this lesson, we have 2 case studies, 2 very detailed case studies. And you are going to help these 2 people out with your synopsis of what they're going through. Also, at the end of this lesson, you should be able to identify at least one. At least one. Can there be multiples? Yes. That doesn't mean you're crazy, as we're going to find out. That doesn't mean you're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, because we're going through about 15 to 18, and there's about 7 of them that you deal with. That doesn't mean that. That doesn't mean that you're nuts. What that means is that you just have a bigger deliverance coming.
It just means that Satan has done a number on that, on building that fake soul,
Right.
because that's what it does.
That's
Builds
what
a
it
fake
does.
soul.
Right? That's what it does. So we have these booklets here that's going to assist us. Along with the lesson itself, we have the DSM-5 to help us as well. So we can get an understanding of this because this will keep you from the kingdom. Now, what we do teach is prevention. Prevention. There's always treatment options. With SMIs, there's medication, there's counseling, but I think prevention is a better choice. Preventing the serious mental illnesses, and I'm going to say SMIs from here on out, so you should know what I'm speaking of, to just prevent the SMIs in the first place. Because a lot of mental illnesses can be prevented. And the Bible gives us wonderful information about that. I mean, it is a handbook from Yeshua. So I would think that mental illness would be in there. Mental illness is. And how to cure mental illness is there also. The Bible is supposed to help you relieve stress and stimuli that happens throughout your day. And it's crucial to understand the Bible keys about mental illness.
Mhm.
First of all, you have to have a positive attitude. If you don't have a positive attitude and a truthful attitude, you will not be healed, you will not be delivered. Some of the serious mental illnesses, they're going to involve children. So if you want your children set free, diagnose your children and see if they're dealing with certain things. So we have to stop with what is obvious. And what is that? Who is that? So what's obvious is that there has to be a positive thinking pattern. Let's talk about the first one. And the first one is not technically a mental illness, but it is severe, and it is multiple sclerosis.
Is that how you say that?
Mm-hmm. Multiple sclerosis.
That's why I don't try to pronounce it.
How you spell that?
Scoliosis? SC.
Oh, that's what you were saying.
Yeah.
Scoliosis. Like with a-
Yeah, scoliosis. Scoliosis.
So did nobody see that?
SCLEROSIS, or MS for short. I know we've heard of MS.
SCE.
SCLEROSIS.
Scoliosis.
Oh, you even.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Why are we starting off with multiple? Why are we starting off with MS? Because MS, first of all, it's not a serious mental illness, but it does impact the brain. It's a very crippling disease with the brain and the spinal cord or the nervous system. Maybe you want to assist her. MS, the immune system attacks the myelin sheath. The myelin sheath is the cover of the nerve. And the myelin sheath protects the nerve so that the nerve can have the communication between your brain and the rest of your body. So when that sheath is eroded, the nerves are frayed open, and that's when multiple sclerosis comes in. It's just involuntary actions. I mean, I don't mean to say it's just involuntary actions because you can die from MS, but it's actions that you cannot control. Your brain no longer has control over the nerves and everything that are in your body. Your brain is not able to tell the rest of your body on what to do. So therefore, you have the jerking and the movements. And MS affects women 3 times as more than men. There are about 1 million people in the United States who deal with this neurological disability. And there's a lot of young people because MS was thought to be a older person disease, but there are a lot of young people, and when I say young, I mean 6 and 7-year-olds that are getting multiple sclerosis. How can that be? How can the body at such a young age turn on itself? Because that's what's happening with multiple sclerosis. Now, like I said, MS is not a mental illness. It's not an SMI. But I thought it would be very good to start off with something because that affects the brain. We're going to go to Philippians chapter 4, verse 8.
Before we go there, I don't know how you're going to do it, but I want to say this. One of the reasons why a person ends up with MS is lack of love. And it's lack of love from a family-oriented, you grew up in a family with no love, or you have self-hatred. You don't love yourself. So it's some form of lack of love, whether it's with your family or yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Well,
one of the roots.
I don't have the roots of these because they're all similar. They're serious mental illnesses.
So when mother give them to me, I give them to you.
Right. Philippians 4 and 8.
Philippians chapter 4, verse 8. Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, and if there be any praise, think on these things.
Whatsoever is good, whatsoever is true, whatsoever is honest, whatsoever is just, whatsoever is pure, lovely, good report, virtue. Those are the skill sets that you would need to conquer SMIs. Certain SMIs that we're going to talk about, they are debilitating. Certain ones, you can function in everyday life. But when it comes to these things, if it's identified, you want to get rid of it. Because a lot of SMIs lead to suicide, death. Yes?
So, you know how you said, like, you're just not in control of your body with MS? Is that the same thing when you may be laying down in bed and you might feel like you're falling and then your like body jerks? Is that the same thing? Is that something different?
No, that's something. If you dealing with MS, you better believe you're gonna know it because it's painful. It's not just your body just doing twitches. Your body is doing painful twitches. It hurts.
Right.
It hurts because your body is eating at the myelin sheaths throughout your entire body. So it hurts. So yes, no, that's just an involuntary movement.
Okay.
Ephesians 5 and 12. Positive attitude. If you have a positive attitude, you can overcome anything. Instead of having your circumstances have power over you. Constantly apply positive words. Therefore, you can defeat any and every mental illness there is. Whatever it is that's coming across, whatever it is that you're dealing with, whatever it is that you're fighting against, a positive attitude. Just like if those sorcerers in white coats diagnose you with cancer, you know that, oh, I'm going to die and all this. That's not a positive attitude. Positive attitude is, Yeshaya, I know that you can heal me. I know that you can heal me. And you know what? I know the steps to take to be healed. I'm going to stop being such a hateful person. I'm going to stop being such an angry person. I'm going to love everybody. And I'm going to pray to Yeshua to deliver me from these ailments and to reinforce the love inside of me. It's simple. No radiation. Ephesians 5 and 12.
Ephesians chapter 5, verse 12. For it is a shame even to speak of those things which are done of them in secret.
It is a shame. So if we want good mental health, then we should discipline ourselves and get our minds to avoid the degrading mental diet of just bad thinking. Garbage in, garbage out. If you keep garbage in your mind, then garbage is going to be your mind. If you remove garbage from your mind, negative thoughts about people, negative thoughts about yourself, then you're going to be pure. You're going to be clean. Your mind is not going to be mental trash. Let's go back to Philippians 4 and let's read verse 9. It is very, very important, especially when you're dealing with these, because it's the devil, the demons who are telling you, they are leading you to these serious mental illnesses.
And what demons, what spirits is that?
Seducing. All right, Philippians 4 and 9.
Philippians chapter 4, verse 9. Those things which ye have both learned and received and heard and seen in me, do, and the God of peace shall be with you.
If they so did, the God of peace would be with them. Peace of mind. That's what Paul is saying. Peace of mind and a clear conscience. That's what Paul wanted for the Philippian church. And that's what Yeshua wants for each and every one of us. It's not to look to say, oh man, you got 5 SMIs going on. No, it's not for us to say that if we're honest with each other and honest with ourselves. And guess what? There's a couple in here that I deal with personally. So I'm not exempt. And I will identify what I'm dealing with. What I'm not going to say what I'm dealing with, what I have and continue to fight and overcome. Because I know what my Bible says about being an overcomer. The thorn that's in my side. Acts 23 and 1. We have to have that optimistic mindset. It's not anything that's rocket science on how to get delivered from a serious mental illness. You have to have a positive mindset. You have to be optimistic. You have to operate in love. You have to focus on the positive. When the negative just seems to be overwhelming you, you have to focus on positive.
Well, the negative is how you got there.
Yeah.
The negative is because the seducing spirit shot you a lie or a thought or a dream, and you believed it. you caught it and you started acting in it. You became
Mhm.
as one with it.
Right.
So to get delivered will cause you will have to also have a mindset change. How your, like Shepherd taught about the incorrect thinking pattern.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to, the deliverance minister would minister to you the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way to break down those lies is with the truth. So if you're dealing with a SMI and the
Mhm.
deliverance minister is ministering the truth, this word to you, and you don't believe the word of the Most High, you don't believe the word of God,
Mm-hmm.
you're not going to get set free.
You're not going to get set free. And we tell everyone who comes to this ministry, you don't know who you are. But if you submit to Yeshua, he will show you your true self. Your true self is not the one that you have been housing for the last 20, 25, 30, close to 35 years for some of you.
And Yeshua has said to some of us in here, a couple of people in here, just allow me to teach you who you are more than once. And the
Mhm.
person was like, nope.
Yep. And it wasn't just a person, it was a few people.
Yeah.
Nope. Mm-mm. It was a fight. Hopefully it won't be a fight no more.
And some people it took 7 to 8 years.
I don't know. While they're getting close to 30, 35, 35.
Almost 40.
Almost 40. Man, almost 40. See?
Some old people.
This is old people.
She's 60.
That's a,
But we look good though. You get there.
I look better than some 20-year-olds. And I'm
55 today.
Mm.
That's not right.
That's not right. 23 and Acts 23.
Acts chapter 23, verse 1. And Paul, earnestly beholding the council, said, Men and brethren, I have lived in all good conscience before God until this day.
Right. Earnestly here to me says that Paul wants them to believe. He really does love them. And he wants them to know the truth. We earnestly are bringing forth this lesson. Number one, because we love each and every person in here. Maybe earlier it didn't seem like it, but that's love.
It is.
To each and every individual. That's number one. Number two, to understand and accept the truth.
Do you know how our lives would have been different if someone would have sat Shepherd and I down and said, hey, you can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
But this is what you can do, not according to that person, but according to the Bible. You can't say that.
Right.
You can't operate. Do you know if someone just loved us enough to say, hey, stop it, instead of somebody trying to hook him up with another woman, trying to hook me up with another man?
Why don't you go to the chop shop?
That means to get abortion. How you gonna tell a married couple to go get an abortion?
Mm-hmm.
So you see the kind of counsel the devil surrounded us with, but we didn't take it.
Mm-mm.
But sometimes things are hard. The truth is hard.
Mm-hmm.
But like we said, what is family if you can't talk things out? Things are not going to always be good.
Right.
But what good is a family if we can't go through things together and still love each other and be there for each other at the end of the day?
That's right.
So that's what we're teaching, because that's what Mother taught us.
Right.
So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you have done. We're going to talk about it. We're going to get it out. Or we got to cry about it. We got to scream about it. But at the end of the day, it's still all love. We still here.
Right.
Nobody feels differently towards you.
Exactly. We're going to go to Acts 24 and 16.
You know, I was talking to this lady at Walmart, and she said, I see you all come in here a lot. And, you know, she said, y'all buy a lot. I said, well, we're a big family. And she said, I was telling her about the ministry and the family. And she said, I just have never heard of this.
Mm.
She said, this is, it's unusual. It's not normal for people to live like that. And this day and age, for people to be as a family and operate and take care of each other, people not trying to kill each other or trying to make each other like, you know, crabs in a bucket. You know how people are.
Right.
To each other.
She said it's just this lady sued her daughter because the daughter used the mother credit card, but the mother was living with the daughter and was not paying rent. So the daughter took the mother credit card and had plastic surgery with it. And her mother was in court. Really?
Mm.
But what does that have to do with mental illness? It has a lot to do with it. It's a
Right.
lot.
That's interesting. All right, let's read that.
Acts chapter 24, verse 16. And herein do I exercise myself to have always a conscience void of offense toward God
Mhm.
and toward men.
So Paul says, I have a clear conscience before Yeshua. You would want a clear conscience. You have to stop filling your minds up with negative and degrading things. Let's go 1 Timothy 1 and 5. You have to stop filling your mind up with bad things.
And that devil is crafty. You know,
Very.
he's a ventriloquist. Y'all know that? He'll mimic you in your voice and make you think that it's your own thoughts,
Mhm.
that is you saying it, that is you talking to yourself. It sounds just like you.
Just want to stay away from negative people. That's the first thing. 1 Timothy chapter 1, verse 5. Let's read that before we get to social anxiety disorder.
1 Timothy chapter 1, verse 5. Now the end of the commandment is charity out of a pure heart
Mhm.
and of a good conscience
Mhm.
and of faith unfeigned.
Faith unfeigned. That unfeigned means sincere. Your heart stays upon the Lord. You have a clear conscience because your desire is to please Yeshua. And if your desire is to please Yeshua, if there's anything in your mind that would corrupt that, you want it gone.
Mm-hmm.
Because you love Yeshua sincerely.
And you will do whatever it takes.
You'll do whatever it takes. Peace of mind and a clear conscience is essential to have a solid and sound mental health. It is essential. Yes, we understand physical health and we understand we have to eat the right foods, but mental health, that's what this lesson is about. Let's talk about social anxiety disorder.
Okay, this is the first one.
Yes.
Like we said, everybody write it down if you need the spelling. We'll give it to you.
Social anxiety disorder.
SOCIAL. Anxiety. ANXIETY. Disorder. DISORDER.
What is SAD? It is a mental illness, of course. A lot of people consider themselves to be shy, quiet,
Awkward.
right. But when it's a social gathering, they are uncomfortable. At a gathering like this, a person who has social anxiety disorder would be a little uncomfortable at the onset of coming in and seeing all these people. Actually having to stand in front of the camera or sit in front of the camera and give a speech, it's mortifying to them. They are just totally afraid. Yet a small portion of the population have this anxiety inside of them.
So it's an example of social anxiety disorder is like you going up on stage and trying to demonstrate something, but when you go up there, you see like if you like the stairs are higher than what it is, like if you can't perform when you go up there.
It's when you go on. Well, that's part of it, but there's something much more bigger than that. But yeah, when you go up and you're supposed to give a speech to somebody, and you go up on a stage and you see all these people, and all of a sudden you freeze. That would be social anxiety disorder. I think also what you're putting into there is a fear of heights, which is something different.
No, that's right. I mean, like
Walking in front of a stage,
Yeah, yeah.
walking on a stage in front of people, yes, that would be part of social anxiety disorder, but it's a little more deeper than that. But yeah, that's the overall crux of it.
It's like this. So it's a room full of people, and nobody is even paying attention to you. But you have so much anxiety, you hiding out in the kitchen. Like you just cannot bring yourself to come in here with everyone else. Let's only speak to people while you're in this room, but you just can't do it. It takes over you.
Right, and the reason being is because fear and anxiety takes over, and you feel like you may humiliate yourself, or you may feel embarrassed, or you may feel
Or
foolish.
that you're not smart enough, or like
Right,
Shepherd was saying, you go up to try, it's your turn to speak or to read, so you feel like like it's not just one thing. You know what I'm saying? It's a family member of things, because
right,
where there's anxiety, there's fear.
right.
So basically, your fear, it's part of fear. Majority is fear.
The majority is anxiety.
Oh,
It's anxiety. Fear triggers. I mean, fear starts, but you need both. You need fear brings on the anxiety. Anxiety brings on fear. Now, when it comes to social situations, it's not just speaking in front of a crowd. It's having a one-on-one conversation with somebody. You can't do it. You can't have a one-on-one conversation with people. That is social anxiety disorder. There's a disorder there. You can't have a normal, simple conversation. You can't eat in restaurants. You can't use public restrooms. You can't even have just the simplest conversation with one person, let alone a group of people. That's social anxiety disorder. So what do they do? What do people do when they have social anxiety disorder? Well, one, it's two things. They either drink alcohol or have sex.
Go to porn.
One or the other.
Hmm.
Drink alcohol or have sex. And that's a means to avert the anxiety symptoms that's going on. And that's weird when it comes to the sex. Well, no, it's not. It's not weird when
I
it
was
comes
going
to
to
the
say
sex part.
that it happens a lot with marriages when people are married and something is going on and they should talk about it or communicate about it, but they're not a good communicator, or they dealing with social anxiety. They
Mhm.
they will convert to sex,
Right,
you know, because that's a way of getting that relief, or
right,
and it's taking the attention off of, hey, we need to sit down and we need to have a conversation
Mhm.
one-on-one. And that's when a person with that social anxiety, they don't feel like they are good enough.
Right.
So we sit down and talk, you're gonna find out some things about me that, I don't want you to know. So it converts to, because when you get drunk or use drugs, who are you? You get loose. You can talk, you can walk, you bad, you can fight, you think you can do all. Remember, personality disorder
Right.
is part of the, yeah, you can do all that. But when
Mhm.
you're not drunk,
No,
you can't do nothing.
Right.
But when you married and that other person is bringing up something that you have done or feel like, we need to talk about what you did to avoid that, hey, you're going to start trying to have you some sex.
Right.
And then you're going to be like, hey, okay, that should be it. It's over with.
So sex is it's a coping mechanism. And what happens is that when a person has to have sex in situations, the situations even become even more negative reinforcing because of the sex. It encourages people with social anxiety disorder to turn to something else rather than dealing with the situation at hand.
You get a release. In social psychology, they teach that when a person is dealing with anxiety, stress, panic attack, they turn to like sex, masturbation, things like that to get that relief.
or the alcohol or cigarettes as well too.
Yep. It's a coping method.
They don't call it social psychology anymore. It's called psychopathy. Just let you know.
Okay.
You know, you a couple years after game from school, but
If
it's
you
called
would have went
psycho.
to school when Yeshaya told you, you would have been saying social psychology too. Bam.
Damn.
But I digress.
1 John chapter 4, verse 8, and then verse
I don't
16.
believe you went there. So I'm just
They don't call it
I've been in school when Methuselah was in school, huh?
no, they don't call it social psychology. They don't call it that anymore. It's called psychopathy. That's what it's called. I'm just going about what it's called. You sitting up there.
Thank you, Shepherd, for keeping me
I'll
updated.
keep you updated.
I'm serious.
1 John chapter 4, verse 8, and then verse 16.
Get me to say that word, psycho something psychopathy.
It's like a psychiatrist.
I'll be like, yeah, that word.
Right. So see, when dealing with social anxiety disorder, you turn to substances whenever the anxiety symptoms occur. So instead of having that one-on-one conversation, you unknowingly, because you did not know you had social anxiety disorder, manipulate the person to have sex. So therefore, you don't have to deal with the conversation.
And with us, it was Shepherd would drink.
When the alcohol and the sex are both the same.
And
thing.
I was the sexual part. I was the one that always wanted to have sex, dealing with that. But he would go and get him some drinks.
Right. So
we just being transparent.
Right. The psychopathy of that is that there's a coping mechanism instead of dealing with the problem at hand. And sometimes it's not even a problem. A lot of times it's just the normal conversation. The normalest conversations you can't have because of social anxiety disorder.
So we see in gatherings, right? And you are alone there, you decide to go, everybody talking, you decide to go and take a drink instead of talking with everybody else.
Right.
Right. Or you go off and do something else, which we're going to talk about later. But yeah, social anxiety disorder. Write it down, get delivered from it Friday, yes?
Does that also be like, you just have a hard time making like eye contact with people? Is that the same thing?
That could be under social anxiety disorder.
You have trouble making eye contact with people. Like you just walk into the store and someone look your way, you immediately just like look away.
It could be, but social anxiety disorder there's another disorder for that one. Okay. Social anxiety disorder is more or less just what the name is. That one is avoidant disorder,
Okay.
which I believe we're going to talk about later. 1 John 4 and 8.
1 John chapter 4, verse 8. He that loveth not knoweth not God,
Mhm.
for God is love. Verse 16. And we have known and believed the love that God hath to us. God is love. And he that dwelleth in love dwelleth in God, and God in him.
Dwell in God. It's love. No matter how you try to, no matter what diagnosis, no matter what serious mental that illness, SMI that you're dealing with, it still goes down to love as the cure.
And the thing about it, if we really go deep into the core of things,
Mm-hmm.
if just say if your parents raised you all in the Lord, right? You know the love of the Most High. You know the love of your parents. You have loving people around you, right? You wouldn't deal with this. People deal with SMIs because there's a breakdown somewhere. They're not loved. They have been verbally abused. They could have been physically abused, sexually abused.
Mm-hmm.
They they have believed the lies of the devil. So there's a breakdown in the mental. You believe a lie somewhere because a person who's loved is not going to believe when the demons tell them, hey, look at so and so over there in that purple dress. Ain't she cute?
And then there's nobody there.
And you look over there and there's nobody there.
Mm-hmm.
Because a person who's loved, who's not unstable, is going to say, wait a minute, you lying devil, that's nothing over there. I denounce you. So it's people that are broken already that's looking for some type of what I want to say, to be a part of something, to feel good about themselves,
Yeah, accepted.
to be accepted, so you believe a lie.
Exactly. Galatians 5, we're reading 18, 22, 23. Galatians 5, we're reading 18, 22, and 23. And as we go through these, you'll see that sometimes they do overlap. But there's always one thing that is pointed out about these disorders. And we have a lot to go through. Try to get as much of this done as possible today because Friday we're going to get delivered over this.
Well, their deliverance depends on how honest they
Depends on
are
how honest you are.
with yourself.
Let's read it.
Galatians chapter 5, verse 18.
Mm-hmm.
But if ye be led of the Spirit, ye are not under the law. Verse 22. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, temperance. Against such there is no law.
All right, so the Bible commands us to be full of this spirit. Love, joy, peace. We're supposed to be full of that. That's what the Bible says. We have to take breaks every now and then. This world, I've said it before so many times, this world is like microwave fast. We have to take breaks every now and then. We have to rest every now and then. Taking time to rest, it's not a option. It's necessary.
Yeshua did it.
Mhm.
Yeshua would walk off. Remember, he would leave the disciples and he would go to the Mount of Olives and he would take a break. He would spend time praying. He even walked away for a minute.
You have to take a break. We can go on and on with work, children, school, housework, but you must take a break for yourself. You must take 15, 30 minutes. Whatever it is, you have to do it for yourself. Because if not, there's an alternative. Can we go Proverbs 25:28?
You know, when Shepherd goes on lunch sometimes, he only get a 30-minute lunch, but he would lay down and he would take a nap. And I was like, how could you do that? How is it that you just laying down and then you get up 30 minutes later and you're okay? But then I started to get where I go during the day, go, to the point where I'm so tired, my eyes are crossing up, literally, because I'm so exhausted. And so when I laid down, I started laying down for at least 30 minutes. But when I got up, I felt the difference. My eyes didn't feel like they was crossed anymore. I just didn't feel exhausted. So even though it was only 30 minutes, it made a big difference.
Because as we're going to learn next week, constantly going and going and going, your body is going to deteriorate. And if your body deteriorates, your body's going to fight itself to not deteriorate, because that's not what the body does. So your body's going to start to fight against itself. And that is not good for anybody. Proverbs 25:28.
Proverbs chapter 25, verse 28. He that hath no rule over his own spirit is like a city that is broken down and without walls.
This person is, you're vulnerable to negative emotions. You're vulnerable to negative feelings. You're vulnerable to negative outcomes. You're vulnerable. And because you're vulnerable, now Galatians 5 comes in. Let's read that. We're going to go to Galatians 5:19-21. Believe it or not, you choose your emotions. You choose what emotion you're going to operate in. You choose to live in whatever emotion there is, and you also choose the consequences of that emotion. Types of emotion that they just take over your mind. And these emotions determine whether or not you are successful or not. Emotions are like a mixed blessing. They're responsible for a lot of good things that have happened in the world, but they also are responsible for the greatest tragedies in this world. Those are emotions. And you choose what emotion you're going to deal with, what emotion you're going to be in.
Just like how you respond to situations, you control.
Because he's breathing like he's about to pass out over here. All right, Galatians 5:19-21.
Where's your phone?
Galatians chapter 5, verse 19. Now the works of the flesh are manifest, which are these: adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lasciviousness, idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variance, emulation, wrath, strife, seditions, heresies. Verse 21, envying, murders, drunkenness, revelings, and such like, of the which I tell you before, as I have also told you in time past, that they which do things shall not inherit the kingdom of God.
So living this way, it's a penalty against you. So why live that way? It's a penalty. It makes you a candidate for instability, unhappiness, mental problems, serious mental problems. You are an open candidate for that. If we choose healthy emotions, then you will lead a healthy lifestyle. Yes, it is that simple. Mark 6:31.
But you have to live a obedient life
Yes.
to the Lord, because we're dealing with mental illness before the mental illness comes about.
Mm-hmm.
You're dealing with being rebellious.
Mm-hmm.
So whoever controls your mind owns you. So if you are obedient to Yeshua, you won't deal with these things. When you are disobedient, that's when the things continue to happen. My grandmother used to say a hard head makes a soft butt.
Mm-hmm.
I never really knew what she meant by that when I was growing up. But basically, she was saying you're hard headed. You're told to do this, you're told to do that, and you don't do it. You do the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
So the soft butt is meaning that it's the chastisement, the punishment of your actions.
Right. Mark 6:31.
Mark chapter 6, verse 31. And he said unto them, Come ye yourselves apart into a desert place,
Mm-hmm.
and rest a while.
Mm-hmm.
For there were many coming and going, and they had no leisure so much as to eat.
Rest for a while. Mental rejuvenation. Avoid stress. Avoid overload. Do it on a daily basis. Give yourself 10, 15, 30 minutes to just breathe.
The only tribe we know that really do this is Issachar.
Issachar. Relax yourself. It'll behoove you. Yes.
You know, I know this is something that a lot of older people make fun of the newer generation for,
Mhm.
because their whole thing is about mental health, and there's a lot of companies that are starting to gear your time off towards mental health and stuff. And that is something that the older generation does look at, and they say, oh, these young kids are just so soft and they're weak with their mental this and mental that. But when you really think about how important your mental health really is, you know, it's not, I mean, I understand to an extent, you know, the younger generation uses mental health as a crutch and as a
Right.
cripple, you know, as an excuse not to operate in life or to get out of doing things in life. And the older generation looks at it as, oh, well, you're weak if you're talking about mental health, or if you need to, quote unquote, work on your mental health.
Mm-hmm.
But it's something that really should be looked at, because, you
They're
know,
unlearned.
if your mental health is not there, then your physical health is going to fall right shortly with it,
Yeah.
as we see with like MS.
It was somebody worked in here and their job used to give a mental day. Who was that? Oh, yeah, they used to give a mental day. But did you all really take it as a mental day?
No, you took it as a vacation
Even
day.
in the military, before I joined, they had a system where if you felt too stressed out, they had different color cards. So they had like a red, green, and yellow. And if you felt too stressed out in boot camp, you could, you know, pull your emotional card, and then that kind of would have the RDCs where they couldn't yell at you or, you know, do as much to you as they generally would, to give you kind of like a mental break. And they actually got rid of it when I joined, but they had that before, and then they got rid of it. But it was to give people a mental break, because the mental tolling being in boot camp is so taxing. But
Is that when they implemented the hurt feelings report? Or is that something you made up?
no, that wasn't a military. That was
You made that.
Wait, it's actual form.
Yeah, it is an actual form.
Yeah, hurt
Let's talk
feelings.
about GAD, and we're not talking about the tribe of GAD. We're talking about general anxiety disorder. Now, you would think that general anxiety disorder dealt with fear and anxiety, but it doesn't. I don't know why they call it general anxiety disorder, because the symptoms don't match fear or anxiety. Well, let's see what it does. General anxiety disorder. Now, when it comes with people who deal with general anxiety disorder, this is excessive anxiety or worry that is at least 6 months. At least 6 months. Some of these mental illnesses, there is a time frame where they diagnose you with, okay, you've been dealing with this for this long, this is what you got. Okay. Fear and anxiety, of course, we know that it causes problems in people's lives. But when it comes to general anxiety disorder, the symptoms are feeling restless,
Mhm.
you're wound up, you're always on edge. That's anger. You are easily fatigued. You're tired all the time. What else? You have a difficult. It's difficult for you to concentrate. And some of the most simplest thing is difficult to concentrate. Your mind goes blank. Your mind goes blue, blank.
He's only 5. He's frustrated right now
Why is he
want him-
frustrated?
because he can't find the scriptures.
Oh well.
He's only 5. He has not arrived yet. He still have to be taught. So he's crying. You don't want him to lose interest. Look, that.
Okay, now that's acting. That's acting. Stop. That's phony.
But I told you, ladies, to help these children find the scriptures. You don't want it to get. You don't want him to start having anxiety.
The moment we say something, all of a sudden.
Well, of course.
And this happens on Shabbat because he does it all week. He'll sit there.
Okay, well, this is Shabbat. This is for Shabbat. It's not Hosea's day.
You have to help him. Guide
What
him.
else? It's I see you. Being irritable. See, these symptoms does not constitute fear or anxiety because they want to call it that. It's generalized. That's why you forget the first part. Generalized anxiety disorder.
What does general mean when something is general?
Kind of broad area, broad.
Right.
So it covers. It's under the umbrella of general.
And remember, this is over a 6-month period. Muscle tension. You're having sleep problems, difficulties sleeping. You are awake at some of the weirdest hours of the night. Unsatisfying rest. All of those are general anxiety disorder. Yes, ma'am?
All right, I have a couple of questions.
Mhm.
I thought Osiris was first.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Oh, I thought your hand was up.
Go ahead.
So with the restlessness, that's like the racing thoughts at night. Like you lay down and go to sleep, but you're still thinking about what you did that day or what you have to do the next day, or just just thoughts, just left and right.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you say difficult to concentrate,
Right.
is it like when noise is around, you be like, "Shut up, I can't hear," but you like
No.
you're not listening, like you're not. I can't explain it because I do it a lot. I'm like, "God, I can't hear," but it's just me like trying to focus.
No,
And then like
that's-
noise around, I get irritated, and I'm like, "Shut up,"
No, because you can't focus because there's noise. That's not difficulty concentrating. Difficulty concentrating would be, let's just say if it's quiet and your mind goes off somewhere. If it's noisy, then a lot of people can't concentrate with noise going on. That's normal. But when it's like quiet, it's like a library, and you're sitting there and you just can't concentrate. Your mind goes off and it goes off into what you got to do here, what you got to do
So
there.
if you have something to do next week, but your mind is saying you got to get it done right now,
Mm-hmm.
even though it's not due until next week. So why you got to do it a week before?
Right.
And you start feeling anxiety. It's something it goes through. It's this type of negative energy that goes through your body.
Right.
And
when it,
A lot
go
of
ahead.
people that deal with anxiety, they do this a lot because it's in their hands or in their feet, or it can actually come through your private area, like pressure come like a sharp pain or something in your private area. It's a pressure.
Right,
You can feel it on you.
right.
So a lot of people they walk around, they be like, and they be taking deep breaths, and they shaking their hands, they trying to shake it out, get that negative energy out of
And
there.
that's not going to work. Females are twice as likely to have general
Oh, she
anxiety
won't.
disorder versus males. Yes.
Muscle tension, is that like when you like grabbing like your back, like your neck and stuff like that?
No, muscle
like,
tension is like when you get angry and your body
yeah,
tenses
and like
up.
you clench like your jaw. and
That's
stuff.
muscle tension.
A
Right.
lot of what anxiety, general anxiety is, you have muscles
It's
and anger. So you have cramps in your calf, in your feet, in your hands.
That's muscle tension because you're angry. That's why I don't understand why they call it general anxiety disorder, because there's not one bit of fear in this, but it is anger. And here's the killing part. Like I said earlier, females are twice as likely to have this. But you know what else females are twice likely to have? Especially those that are in the ages between 20 and 30, it is heart attack and stroke. If general anxiety disorder is not treated, females will have strokes and they will have heart attacks in between the ages of 21 to 31. Yes?
What if like you try to like take a deep breath, but you still just irritated? And like say, I'm not gonna get mad, but
It's still there.
But yeah, it's still there. You
It's
have,
still there.
because you're saying you're not going to get mad, but you're saying that. But what are your thoughts? What is your thinking pattern?
Right.
I don't have
It's
time.
still there.
That's like, oh, girl, you know what? I could knock you out, but I ain't gonna even do it. I'm not gonna do it. But what are you thinking? You're
Right.
still thinking, I'm gonna knock you out, but your mouth say I ain't gonna do it. So
Mhm.
there's a conflict between what you're thinking and what you're saying.
Right. Right.
It don't
Remember,
add up.
it's 6 months and it affects your personal life, your social interactions with people. It affects the normal routine that you have during the day. It affects it to the point where the restlessness, the easy fatigue, you're tired, you get, when I say easily fatigued, that means that the situations you say, I'm tired of this.
No
Tired of
patience.
that. No patience.
No patience.
Very irritable. You're easily irritated. These are problems. And with some of these, if it's not untreated, it will cause disaster.
But it also make you, so with anxiety you have no patience, so therefore you can't deal with anybody. Every
Right.
time somebody come to you or have a question or need something, you'll go to help them, but you're like, hurry up, like why you always gotta get
done.
yeah.
Yeah.
It would not be a good experience.
It won't be guaranteed.
And see, let me go back to what Aliana just said.
Mhm.
She said, "See, your children are people too. You all you gotta teach them, and you gotta understand them." She said during the week he does not do this, but when he's in a crowd of people, what happens?
He loses focus. He was playing with a pencil.
I know. But then that's when, as parents, hey, okay, come on, let's get your mind. Because when I'm sitting over there by Micaiah, I have to tell him, okay, stay focused, get your mind back on what we're doing. But see, he's in a situation now. So how do you handle it? It's a good teaching right here. How do you handle this situation?
Mhm.
Go back to the executive notes table, contents, page number.
Not just yet. Not just yet. You got to remove him from the environment, from the situation. So what do? Take him in the kitchen. Give him some cold water. Talk to him. Let him come down. He can't learn because he's already there. He's already in that anxiety mode right now.
Mhm.
So it's nothing you showing him right now. He's still crying. You can't help him right now. Not like this. What do? Remove him from that situation. Take him in there, give him some water, let him take some deep breaths, get himself together, and then come back and let's try again. But what you must do is remove him from that situation first. Because now he's having a whole episode right now.
Right.
So look at
And we have children. We have children things in here too. They're not exempt.
even with the adults, sometimes when we're ministering to people and they get heated, we have to, okay, let's take a break. Go get you some water. Like, take some deep breath, calm yourself down.
Matthew 6:31 and 33, and then we'll get to our next disorder. Anything else on social anxiety?
What you say, Matthew? What?
Matthew 6:31 and 33.
Social or general?
I mean, general.
So I have a question. I'm not quite, maybe I'm just not understanding. I'm not quite seeing the connection with like this and being angry. Like what are you angry at? You know
Say
what I'm
what?
saying?
But a person that deals with anxiety have no patience. A person that have no patience deal with anger.
Okay.
It's all in the family member together. That's the connection. Because if your anxiety means you got to get it done now. Oh my goodness, this is why are you always acting like that? What's wrong with you? And then from that anxiety, because people with anxiety want things done 3 years ago.
Right.
It's not due until 10 years later, 10 years in front, but you need to have it done 3 years back before. You know what I mean? It has to be done even though it's not due yet. So you have a deadline for December to do something. But a person with anxiety gonna try to get it done today and be done with it. And they're gonna keep revisiting and make sure. Now you sure you did it right? You sure, right? Because I don't want to have to go back.
So is that different from being like you worry too much, basically? Is that something different?
Worry is like fear. What is this? What if that's gonna happen?
Okay.
What if this? What if that? Anxiety is like, I gotta get it done, gotta get it done, go, 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 go.
Okay.
Worry is like, oh my goodness, fear. What if this happened? What if that? What if this don't work out? What if I can't pay this? Or what if I'm homeless? What if I'm this? What if I don't have enough food to eat? That's the difference.
Okay.
Okay. Who was? No, because Amanda have her hand.
Y'all raise it.
So, could another part of general anxiety disorder be like when you have a lot of tasks to do and you have someone else telling you, like, keep repeating it over and over again, or they're like, hurry up, and then you start to feel like you're physically, like, shutting down?
No, but I have one for that.
Oh, okay.
That's not general anxiety disorder. Or
Maybe the person that's telling you get it done have general. Hurry up, get it done, get it.
But
Go,
there
go,
is
go,
one
go,
for
go.
shutting down.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what about like you have a schedule and your schedule says you're gonna like you don't have it written down, but you know around this time I do this, I do that, and if you're behind schedule, you start get that frustration, that irritation, because you know you off schedule.
Nope.
But even if it's like, oh no.
There's one coming up later.
That's not anxiety,
But
no.
what if you get like you know irritated and then like you just like even if it's like 3 minutes off. It's just
It
like,
is not it is not generalized anxiety disorder. There's another disorder for that one, which we will cover later. Because it deals with specifically with schedules.
Yeah.
So is that like fussing a lot? Like,
Say that again.
is it like fussing a lot? So like, let's say it's the truth. I'm trying to teach a marriage something, for example, and we beat just went over it, and it's like, but I just said it. I gave you the answer.
Timothy had 3 cookies.
Yeah. And
It's
it-
what?
Timothy had 3 cookies and you take 2 away and then they keep giving you the wrong answer. You like
You
you
keep
get louder.
That's not anxiety. That's lack of patience.
Yeah, that's not general anxiety disorder.
That's like a patient. So if you
But we are going to cover something like that later.
so if you deal with that, that means that as a teacher, you have to learn and do different things. You have to learn your students. You have to understand how that person learns.
Because a person, if you're doing it verbally, and we're going to get to Matthew 6. If you're saying it verbally, maybe they don't pick it up verbally. So a lot of people learn easier with visual.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you need to do visual, or maybe you need to. There's actually 5 different learning mechanisms when it comes to getting an understanding. So maybe somebody does not understand or cannot comprehend, which is a disorder, which we'll get to, something that's verbally committed to them, versus actually seeing it, and maybe they can get it seeing it.
So Mary's like, hey, put them 5
Show
cookies
me.
there and let me eat them 3, and then I know
give
it's
you
too
the
late.
Because it's like, I guess I try to teach in a
Imitation
way
food.
to do it mentally because, well, that I try to do it mentally because, for example, we learned she figured it out. She finally got it. We sitting there looking at the moon, the different phases of the moon. This is just an example. And I'm just like, just look at the picture. Just look at it. I beat and said it. And I'm okay, just look at the picture, and it's just.
But that's not how she learned. That's how you learn. So as a teacher, and you're teaching her as her mother, you have to, even if you have to go in prayer, mother will show you. That's not how she
6,
learned.
right? Just really starting to learn, so she doesn't have that pattern yet. 6 years old, 5 years old, 4 years old, they're still trying to figure it out. So you have to be patient, and like I said, Google the 5 ways of learning.
Yeah, I didn't realize till I saw it when I was in school for psychology, that there's different ways how people learn.
And then try them out with the
See
little
which one,
ones. See which one is effective. Therefore, you're not frustrated. Matthew chapter 6, verse 31. Read that.
Matthew chapter 6, verse 31. Therefore take no thought, saying, what shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or with what shall we be clothed? For after all these things do the Gentiles seek. For your heavenly Father knoweth that ye have need of all these things. But seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you.
Seek ye first the kingdom of God. Don't let general anxiety disorder take you down.
Because dealing with that, if you go deeper into that as well, it's like, because I'm glad you brought this up, it's having doubt and unbelief and Yeshaya as well.
All SMIs deal with doubt and unbelief from Yeshaya. All of them
He
do.
should be good.
All right. Yes.
So, general anxiety disorder, you said they all deal with doubt and unbelief.
Well, yeah, any type of SMI is going to deal with
Yeah, not just general. SMIs, period.
Yeah.
Because somewhere you have doubt the Lord. It's not like you believing in Yeshaya and you're just solid.
Yeah.
And then you deal with the SMI. No. It's some type of breakdown, some type of unbelief, some type of disbelief. It's something that Satan has come in between you and the Lord. And you believe Satan instead of what Yeshaya said, for it is written. Because we just read in Matthew 6, but we know Matthew 5, the Sermon on the Mount.
Matthew 5 and 6.
He said, don't worry about what you're going to eat or drink, but you're worried about what you're going to eat and drink. He said, don't worry about what you're going to wear, but you're worried about not having clothes. So isn't that doubt? Isn't that unbelief? He told you it's written. And then the scripture says he's the Son of Man, the Son of God, that he cannot lie, that he does not lie, the Father. But you believe and you worry, you start doubting and believing that you don't know how you're going to pay your rent, how you going to do this. Well, I need this, and I don't see it. I'm looking at what's in my bank account, but I don't see how. Yeshaya, I know he can do it if he wants to.
Yeah. So let's not get caught up on the doubt and unbelief. I mean,
Oh, well, let her
when
answer
it
the
comes
last
to
question.
these, what we need to really focus on the symptoms so you can get delivered,
Right.
so we can get delivered from it. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I was just gonna ask, you know how some months ago when we learned about the incorrect thinking patterns
Yeah.
and how Satan, he would tempt, accuse, no, tempt, I can't remember off the top, but he would use those three things: deception, temptation, and then accusation. Is this a part of that? Because then if you have
All SMIs are like that.
Okay.
It's not
No
just
matter what it
one.
is.
It's one SMI is not different from the other when it comes to the devil. He has them all. He creates them all. What we need to focus and understand is that what am I dealing with? What are the symptoms that I am dealing with so I can get set free from this debilitating, in some cases, disorder? Satan, he's the author of every single one of these. Every single one of these deal with some type of doubt, some type of unbelief, some type of fear. Every single one of them. Just because it says anxiety does not mean that there's a fear base to it. It's different. Yes.
If you're dealing with GAD, I know you were talking about like the person always like moving their hands. Is that the same?
I
thing
didn't
that-
say anything
no,
about
That's
somebody always
anxiety.
moving their hands.
Anxiety, yeah.
Right.
Is that like if a situation's going on or that you're dealing with, and you always like have to be doing something with your
Nope.
hands?
It's something else.
When I was talking about moving other hands, you can feel the anxiety
Right.
in your hands. It's like a strong, huh?
Is it like adrenaline?
Yeah.
Right. Like
You can-
it's a false adrenaline.
Yeah.
Right. But no, that is something else. You have to work, gotta do this, gotta do that. That's something else. Yes, ma'am. We'll get to that later.
Okay, we gotta answer the question, get back to the teaching.
The last thing, because I do this thing, I don't even remember when I started. It's like the friction does something to me.
You stop, what are you doing?
I rub my knees, like I sit there and I will rub them, just sit there, I'm
That's
there.
anxiety.
Yeah. Anxiety, some people like
That could just be plain anxiety.
and they do their hands like this, or
Right.
they feet twirl their feet,
Do their
or
knees or
Yeah.
right.
it's the hand thing, yeah.
The shake leg things, shaking the legs. Yeah, those are anxiety. Those are just basic anxiety. It does not mean you have general anxiety disorder just because it says anxiety. These mental illnesses are specific. They're not broad like anxiety, or like we're going to learn next week. Stress is a broad one, but stress is a killer. Histrionic personality disorder is the next one that we're going to talk about.
HISTRIONIC.
Histrionic personality disorder. Now, with histrionic personality disorder, it's a pattern of attention-seeking behaviors. Attention-seeking from early childhood, an excessive need to be approved of. Whatever. Okay. People who are diagnosed with histrionic disorder are said to they are very lively people. They are very dramatic people. They cry constantly. They are flirtatious. That's dealing with histrionic. They feel unappreciated. And they feel disregarded, especially if they are not the center of attention.
And a lot of people who deal with this histrionic deals with a spirit of rejection.
Right. hmm So a person who has histrionic personality disorder, they they are loud. They have a high need for attention. They say inappropriate things. They overly exaggerate with emotions. And they crave stimulation, whether it's positive or whether it's negative. It does not
So
matter.
emotions, they
Right.
will suck you dry. You will be just emotionally exhausted
hmm
with dealing with somebody that has histrionic.
Right.
Is this something that's like passed down? Or
Can
like,
histrionic be passed down? It's
Yes,
possible, yes. A lot of these can be passed down.
because just think, histrionic, a person that deals with histrionic is a very emotional person. So when they're not getting the attention to feed that spirit, they cry, they whine, they weep. So if you have children and your child seeing you doing that, especially if you have a daughter and a woman sees the daughter sees her mother doing that, she's gonna pick that up.
Right. Histrionic is mostly women.
So it's gonna be like a learned, you know what I'm saying?
hmm
It's gonna be like a learned disorder. It doesn't necessarily mean it's on the bloodline.
Right.
It's something because what they see, they're gonna mock it. So every time a situation come up, when they want attention, they're gonna cry or they're gonna do something bad.
Right. So what is histrionic? According to the DSM, it says that interaction with other people is characterized as inappropriate sexual seduction, some type of provocative behavior.
Mhm.
They shift expressions of emotions. They go from blast and crying one minute to angry and violent the next minute. They use their physical appearance to try to draw attention to themselves, meaning they do things to try to get people to say, "What's wrong?" They are self dramatized. It is a theatrical event to see a person with histrionic in their heightened state. It's like watching a actor play out a psycho.
Role.
It is, when I say excessive, I cannot think of an adjective that is more than excessive, but it is excessive.
Well, it says that it's like it refers to a emotional like a emotional vampire. Like a
hmm
the vampire sucks blood. This person is like a emotion
An
sucker. It
emotional,
sucks it I'm telling you, it sucks the life, the emotions out of the person that's dealing with them.
if they allow it, it does.
But
Because the person feels very underappreciated and very depressed. They're not the center of attention. So they shift and they use emotions to make themselves the center of attention. And it doesn't matter whether it's positive or whether it's negative. It's excessive, very excessive.
We haven't heard from the chat. And people in the chat, you can chime in. Do you have any questions or anything? Any comments?
And when the person is at the height of the histrionic episode, their speech, it's vague. You cannot understand what they're saying because of the emotions. The emotions are so high
Yeah.
and they shift. It goes from the crying to the anger to feeling down and depressed like they're about to commit suicide, back to the anger, back to the crying, and back to the suicide again.
Yeah, it's
It's
bad.
a shift, and it's quickly. And while the heightened of the episode, you cannot understand what the person is saying. The emotions make it so vague, and it's the DSM calls it diffuse. You just don't understand what is going on. But they're out there. That's how they act. You're like,
No, it's really because
Proverbs 15:13.
it's the coughing, the throwing up. It's like this big old.
It is.
It is. It's the way. And mother showed us this one because I was in school for 5 years and they never taught me anything about this.
I did.
Well, things I did. Keep it up. We still got it. However, we got it. We got
Exactly.
the information.
Yes.
Can a person still have this disorder, but maybe they're a bit more like quiet? Or not?
No,
No.
there's no way a quiet person can have histrionic. That would be some other disorder. This disorder is not somewhere where somebody's passive. They're overly top to everything. Overly top. And it doesn't matter. Some of your cutters may deal with histrionic. And it's not cutting for the release. Like sometimes that's what cutters is. This cutting is to get attention. Look at me.
Because they are cut and then put
I'm
on a
bleeding.
short sleeve shirt. No, you got all these cuts on your arm.
Right,
You know what I mean? People that cut for release, they wear long sleeve, they cover it up.
right.
People that want attention, they cut it and then they'll wear a tank top. Like really? So somebody, oh, what happened to you? Let's get the first aid kit. That's feeding that spirit. It's just eating them up. It's eating
Right.
it up.
All right, let's get it. Proverbs 15:13. This is we're talking histrionic right now. We'll get to the next one shortly.
Proverbs chapter 15, verse 13.
Mm-hmm.
A merry heart maketh a cheerful countenance, but by sorrow of the heart the spirit is broken.
The spirit is broken. Smiles, laughter is the best stress buster there is. Laughter, joy. Not those negative emotions of crying and anger and violence. Proverbs 17:22. Proverbs 17:22.
A lot of people that have been maybe adopted or have been through the CPS have been through the system and didn't get that love and attention
Mm-hmm.
that they should have gotten when they were a baby or younger, a toddler, when they did not get that connection with a parent or a parent figure.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't get that attention. A lot of them crave that attention. That's that hit they deal with histrionic.
Right. 17:22. Let's read.
Proverbs chapter 17, verse 22. A merry heart doth good like a medicine, but a broken spirit drieth the bones.
So if you've seen the pattern of scriptures that we're using scriptures to heal, to get healing from serious medical illnesses. Humor it's a mental change for your body. Laughter is a deep emotional, it's deep and emotional. My goodness, my wife told me something this morning, and I could not stop laughing because it was so funny. I can't believe that some of the things that come out of people's mouth, especially during certain events, and I was just laughing. It was so funny. Then my stomach started to hurt. That was a real gut buster, right? It was hilarious, but you know what? I digress. Ecclesiastes chapter 4, verse 10. Before we get to autism. Ecclesiastes chapter 4, verse 10.
I just don't want to have a stomach ache.
Mhm.
Wanna line these up?
Hey, hey.
Wanna line these up, see?
What's some autism? Ecclesiastes 4 and 10. Read.
Ecclesiastes chapter 4, verse 10.
Mm-hmm.
For if they fall, the one will lift up his fellow, but woe to him that is alone when he falleth, for he hath not another to help him up.
Yeah, like that commercial. I've fallen and I can't get up.
I learned the singers.
No, we can do him. No. You hear what I'm saying? Directing elderly stuff. So what happens if we have no close relationships? Serious medical illnesses separate you from those who love you. It separates. But then if it separates them from those who love you, did they really love you in the first place? No, they did not. No, they did not. Proverbs 27:17. No, they did not. A lot of these that we're talking about tonight are very you can live with you. I mean, I'm not saying you can live with them, but people live with these. And they function.
They don't know your child.
Right. They don't know the Lord. You don't have to live with none of these.
I have a question.
Yes.
Remember, we were reading something. I think we was reading Josephus, and it talked about, maybe it was, I don't know, but it talked about how a person can be like no understanding, no discernment, and we're still to choose to treat that person as if like we
That
not
was a
to make
teacher we did on Philip.
Oh yeah. So, do you think that the person they were talking about was dealing with some kind of mental illness or something?
I guarantee. Guaranteed.
Was that Philemon?
Yes. It was Onesimus.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Let's read that.
Proverbs chapter 27, verse 17. Iron sharpeneth iron. So a man sharpeneth the countenance of his friend.
Yeah, okay then. Autism. That was on soundboard over there. Autism is spelled AUTISM. And it's called autism spectrum disorder. And it's a brain disorder. People with autism have problems with social communication. They have problems with interaction. They are very restricted. And they have repetitive behaviors, and interests. They have different ways of learning. They have different ways of moving around. They have different ways of paying attention. Yes,
When you say, what do you mean when you say very restricted?
they are schedulers. If the child doesn't do this at 9 a.m., they throw a fit.
They got to stay on that
They
schedule.
have to stay on schedule. They have a routine, and that routine is repetitive. And if they miss that routine, you have an issue on your hands.
What was that movie?
Dear John.
No, the one he said, Mommy, son, home. He knew it. He came in, made his hot cocoa. It was hot. He said, blow, blow, it's hot.
Autism. Now,
yeah, his
80
dad was on
Huh?
Dear John. His dad had autism.
He had to
I
make
don't
spaghetti.
remember that.
What he did was he had a dinner schedule, and every night he like spaghetti was every Wednesday night, and every night was a specific dinner he had to make. And if he didn't make it, he would like flip out, and he had to make the specific meal. And because it was when his wife died, is what happened. And so he would make two lasagnas,
Mhm.
and he would still make two lasagnas. And even though it was just him and his son living in the house, he would still have to make two lasagnas, or else he would freak out. Even though they're not going to eat two lasagnas, is what I was told.
Um, that could be autism, but there's another one that I think is much more better fitted for that.
But
one.
with autism, a person is they're like, what was it?
Was
What
what?
was the question you said? Was what?
Very restricted.
Was
Yeah.
very restricted.
So they don't have multiple things that they're good in. They don't have like some people can do 2 or 3 things. A person with autism have this one thing and they have perfected it.
Right.
It was this guy who had autism, but he was really good at math, and he was actually teaching college math, and he was a really good professor.
Right. Now, when it comes to autism, they've just recently found out that autism has nothing to do with ADHD, which we're going to go over later on today.
I never thought it
Autism
did.
has nothing to do with ADHD. They have the same symptoms, but it's not the same thing. Having these symptoms of autism, having the symptoms, and they are increased, especially with the social communication. They don't really communicate. They really don't communicate. The interaction is very, very strenuous to interact because their mind is only focused on what their restriction is. So when they're restricted and repetitive, and that is very restricted and repetitive, like you can't get off schedule. It does something to the brain that they just flip out. But that's autism. Yes.
I have a couple questions. So, with the schedule thing, so
Mhm.
if you get like irritated, you get frustrated because like at 7 o'clock you were supposed to do this, and it's now like 7:15, and you're behind schedule. So now you're rushing so that at 8 o'clock comes, you can catch up.
Mm-mm. Autism. If you are to do, if you do something at 7 a.m. and it's 3 after 7 and you have not done it,
It's a whole blow up.
your day, the day is gone. There is no catching up. There is no trying to,
Temper tantrum.
it's no trying to get caught up. It's no, well, I could do it in a few minutes. That whole day is ruined.
No.
It's gone. Yes.
The other thing with the social communication, is that like when someone speaks like in broken sentences?
Broken sentences, or they speak only 1 or 2 words.
And so if you have a parent that's dealing with that, you're going to teach your child that. That's how you're going to teach your. Remember, we watched that movie, Nell, and her mother had the set of twins in the woods, but her mother had a stroke. And so when the girls, the set of twin girls, one ended up dying, but when the set of twin girls started speaking, they started speaking like their mother, who was a stroke victim. She had a stroke, so she spoke like that, and that's how they spoke. And then the daughter that did survive, she at the end when they found her, she had to go through speech therapy
Right.
to learn to speak the proper way. But if you're saying one word instead of using complete sentences, because that's how we should be teaching our children to speak in complete sentences. But if the child is being taught, one word, whatever the word may be, instead of saying, like when I speak to Micaiah, I tell him, I said, Micaiah, go in my room, look on the dresser, and get me this. Look on the dresser, get me a highlighter. I want the orange highlighter. And he said, okay, and he'll go in there. And if I know that he have an issue with focusing, so if he's in there too long, I said, Micaiah, stay focused. I told you to get my orange highlighter. But if I say, Micaiah, dresser, highlighter, or dresser, orange, that's how his mind is going to think. I'm provoking that. I'm teaching him that. And so when he get older, and as he continue to get older, that's how he's going to communicate.
Right.
So what if you don't speak like that, but then like you have a child and like you might say like the dog is running. Repeat that to me, and then they'll say the dog running. They won't say the dog is running.
Depends on how old they are.
She's
I
fine.
mean, if it's someone who's 3, of course they're gonna not probably say that. As they get older, then yeah, they're
I mean, like her age, like
5.
But how long was she taught to speak like that?
Well, I don't speak like that though.
When did you stop?
I didn't know I did. Like
What happened last night?
Azarius was looking for his keys, and instead of saying, "Oh, Neve, look under the couch and see if you see the keys," he was like, "Neve, keys, Neve, keys."
Oh.
And she was like, "Keys, keys, keys."
Okay.
John 13:34.
We pay attention in here. We pay attention up in here.
So, I'm sorry, another question. So, like, I started with her, like, if she says something, like, halfway, I'll make her repeat it until she says it the correct way. Is that, like, moot until
But
deliverance
at this
happens?
age, she's not listening to that. She sees mommy say, I'm going to say, mommy do, I do. She's doing what mommy's saying do right now.
So, deliverance has to happen, but is it...
No,
like,
she don't need no deliverance.
how you don't need deliverance? If I was
She's the one that need deliverance.
then why but she copying from me, though, so is that, like...
Because you're the one she's learning from. You're teaching her. Who needs the deliverance?
Me, I need the deliverance.
Yes, you're the one that needs the deliverance. Not her. You just need to correct her
You
speaking.
need to correct
Right, so
her.
And you need to stay persistent with it. Or is it consistent?
Persistent?
Persistent and consistent.
Yeah.
Oh,
So you can't tell her to speak and teach her complete
and
sentences.
then I don't.
And then you say, Neve, keys? That's confusion. She's going to be like, "Wait, what?" Like, it was a word I was trying to say. Because my grandmother raised me. And my grandmother was illiterate. So she's from the South. So a lot of things that what I learned, because I didn't go to school till I was 6 years old. So my speech was influenced by her. So it's some things that to this day I still say country. It was something I was trying to say yesterday morning.
Yeah.
And I couldn't say it. But because when I was growing up, that's what I was taught. So we all still have some of that in us. You know what I
Right.
mean?
John 13:34.
John chapter 13, verse 34. A new commandment I give unto you, that ye love one another, as I have loved you, that ye also love one another.
Love one another. That's the way to get rid of all these SMIs. Next one is Asperger's.
GERS.
Asperger's syndrome. All right, now Asperger's syndrome used to be called autism spectrum disorder, but there's a difference between Asperger's and autism. Asperger's, according to the DSM, says that a person with Asperger's speak without intellectual or language impairments, inappropriate or minimal social interactions. Okay,
They
sure.
speak without.
They speak without intellectual or they speak with a language impairment.
Can you give us an example of that? They speak with intellectual.
Without
Oh,
intellectual.
without. See, you don't know what you mean by that. Look how you looking.
No, I understand what you mean.
Trying to speak without
Yeah,
Well, why you got your mouth like that?
sounds.
Oh.
But there's more to it than that. Asperger's is more to it
He
than
said
that.
I'm breathing.
All right. Inappropriate or minimal social reaction, so they are loners. The conversation revolves around themselves. They don't understand emotions. They become upset. Small changes in routine. Person with Asperger's can memorize information and facts very easily.
Those some smart folks, them people dealing with autism and all that.
Some people with Asperger's are clumsy. Some people with Asperger's have bad handwriting. Not like what we're going to learn later on, because there's a learning disability about writing. Not like that. They just have bad handwriting.
That's almost every man on earth.
Yeah.
That doesn't
Yeah.
affect men more than women.
Man has some bad handwriting, boy.
Have difficulty managing emotions,
Mhm.
verbal or behavior outbursts, not understanding people's feelings, and they're hypersensitive to lights. Lights. Hypersensitive to lights, sounds, different textures.
What do you mean by lights? You freak out with lights?
Light. No, I didn't say freak out. I said hypersensitive to lights, meaning that bright lights, they need sunglasses or something. They don't like bright lights.
You have to understand, these spirits are in the brain. These are different spirits that's in the brain.
What'd you say after hypersensitive to lights?
No, I didn't. The next one is speech. Their speech is flat or robotic.
What's a flat speech?
I don't know.
Monotone.
Yeah, maybe monotone
Yeah, I heard
or
that.
flat.
Oh, that's what psychology using a new word, flat speech.
Right. They don't understand nonverbal communication.
Oh.
Gestures, body language, facial expression. So you can see why this Asperger's is more in men than it is in women. And they are intensely they are very intense on one or two specific subjects.
Mm-hmm.
And they stay intent on those one or two specific subjects.
Tunnel vision. Before we get to scripture, let me say this.
Well, before we say this,
Oh,
that's what I deal with. That's what I fight. That's on my thorn. Asperger's.
and it's a lot of men in here that deals with that, and because mother has told me, but what it says that because of all that is they can have a marriage, they can be in a relationship,
Mm-hmm.
but it's hard. It's a hard relationship because with the social interaction,
Social interaction,
it's hard. Understanding emotions,
understanding emotions from other people, understanding emotions,
the outbursts, all that.
right?
Because I had to go into prayer because I'm like, wait a minute. This was like 4 years back, I believe. Was that, did mother tell me? No, I don't know.
Maybe it was 3. I don't think it's 4.
Because I was like, Lord, what's going on? Like, I don't know what's going on with my husband. Mother, you got to show me something. Because I wasn't really too familiar. Like, I heard of it, but I have never studied it. And when mother led me to it, I was like, oh, really? And I didn't say nothing for a couple of months. I just watched the behavior. And I said, oh, my goodness. Like we said, we all are dealing with something.
Mm-hmm.
The devil tries to trap us with something. Nobody in here is not dealing with anything. We have not all arrived. You know what I mean?
So far, I've identified 2 of them thus far. When it comes to Asperger's, some of these don't apply to me. Like the without intellect, speak without intellect. No, that's not me. Minimal social interactions. It used to be me. Oh yeah, all by myself. Yes. Conversations that revolve around people, around themselves. I don't really like to talk about myself. Not understanding emotions. Yes. Definitely me. Not understanding emotions. Not understanding facial expressions of others. 100% yes. Upset at small changes. Yes.
Woo!
Most definitely.
Stop looking ugly. You see his face.
Memorizing preferred information and facts easily. Yes.
That's him.
Yes. I mean, the Bible. That's preferred information. I can memorize that. Other things, not so much because I don't care about it. Clumsy? No, I'm not clumsy.
Used to be.
Used to be, yes, but not now.
He used to waste his whole plate of food.
Yes. My handwriting is atrocious. It's not hieroglyphics. And my handwriting is very bad. Difficult managing emotions? Yes. Verbal outbursts and behavior? Yes. Not understanding people's feelings and perspectives? Sort of.
A lot of things he dealt with is because we know what it is.
Right.
So when it happens, we're able to pray deliverance.
Hypersensitive to lights? No. Speech that sounds flat? No. Not using or understanding nonverbal communications? Yes. Obsession with one or two specific subjects, narrow subjects? Yes. Asperger's.
But see, ladies, married women to be married, Yeshua loves us that much. So if you're having difficult in your marriage, you need to go and pray and ask, Lord, what is this? You know, just like Rebecca, when she was pregnant with twins, she went to the elders. They couldn't figure it out. Well, no, she didn't. The elders told her. But the thing about it, what am I saying? Where I'm going with this? You have an issue with your children or your husband. You pray, mother, it's not a secret. You will be told what's going on and what to do about it. Because Shepherd and I, at one point, we was fighting, not physical, but we were just getting into it left and right.
Mhm.
And I'm like, it's like every time I try to say, okay, don't get upset, but we need to talk about this. What?
Mhm.
And it would just go downhill from there. And I will be talking about a period of time that things happen over a period of time, but he would be on this one thing,
Mhm.
and that would frustrate me. And that's okay. This is not healthy. So
Mhm.
I had to go into prayer and say, okay, what's going on? And I got wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. So therefore, when I speak to my husband now, I understand what he's dealing with. It has gotten a lot better because it's not like you just cast a spirit out and it's gone. He's
Right.
probably been dealing with this ever since birth. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So there's a gradual mindset changes happening and a heart set change and a
Right.
communication because Shepherd does something that he has never done. Shepherd actually babysits his grandchildren alone in the house. Look at him. No, not look. But he would have never, ever, ever. He's like a different grandfather because he's been
Yeah, I
going
do
through.
it, but they're gonna learn.
Yeah. But they love it. What did he say?
I said they'll do it, but they're gonna learn. He's like, what?
But he just don't let them sit up and do nothing. He teaches them, you know. But even his relationship, his children could tell you he's different, isn't he?
Be mindful.
Who you talking to? All of them are just.
All of them.
But the point is, because you've been living a certain way and nobody caught it when you were younger. This is now something that's been going on for all these years.
Mhm.
It's not just going to go away with casting out a spirit.
No.
You still have to practice these things. So you have to listen effectively.
I try to not become so upset when things are broken out of routine.
Oh yeah.
I try to the body, the learning body. I'm still getting that. I'm not there.
And it's hard because I'm the total opposite.
Right.
Like I can deal with 5 or 6, 7 things at one time and keep everything in order and get it done, bam, bam, and get it done. And it, like if I'm driving here and something happened and I got to shoot over here, I can shoot over there, get that done, come back. I'm totally different.
I can't do that. I have to stay on to routine. Any small changes, it's like, wait a minute, we planned this.
Yeah.
And she has heard me say, we planned
You just
this.
said it last week.
So I'm getting better
yes.
with that. I'm not clumsy. Managing emotions, I'm getting better with that. Understanding people's feelings.
No, you don't. You're getting a lot better.
That's a work in progress. My speech, I don't know what that is. I don't have speech issues. The one thing is that the body gestures and body language, it's still.
Well, you're is it?
But I'm getting better.
But the thing about it, you're studying psychology,
and that's helping me.
It teaches you the different how to read people body languages.
Yeah, that's helping a whole lot. Like I know when somebody's lying to me. That's just something I know. But I know that there's certain things that I deal with that for myself, I need to look at myself internally and like, wait a minute, it's starting to rise up again. Because I know when it's about to rise up. And it's about to rise up again. So then I was okay, calm it down, just listen, just do this, just do that. Look at what's going on, look at the situation.
You see what he's saying, you see how he's handling, and it could be with anything that you're dealing with, not just with this.
Right. And I'm learning. I'm learning. I've had my abnormal psych class, which I'm about to end, which I just did because I did my case studies. So I had my abnormal psych class,
That
and
was
this was
fun.
part of one of them about the syndromes that I was learning. And I learned a lot about myself with this Asperger's. A lot. So I'm thankful for the class. I'm thankful for Yeshaya to point this out. I'm thankful for my wife for sticking next to me. And now she knows what I'm dealing with. So therefore, her conversations are not going to come at me like they used to when they would set me off. They're going to come different. And then I'm going to appreciate that and I'm going to listen. It's helping both people.
Because
When it
I would
comes
be
to
so
this type of
frustrated.
mental illness, it helps both people to get an understanding because there's going to be some that we're going to talk about that people deal with. And it helps when both people have an understanding. See, for you married couples, this is very key on this lesson because now you're going to know on how to interact with your spouse. For you all that are
And
single,
there's no women in here that deals, not in here, in this right today. It's men, not the women.
no,
who deal with that.
Asperger's is men. Asperger's is 95% men.
Yep.
It's not women. Matthew chapter 22, verse 33. I'm sorry. Matthew 22, 37 to 40.
That's a strange one over there. You really being real damn. I don't know what he was doing over there.
Let's read.
Matthew chapter 22, verse 37.
Mhm.
Yeshaya said unto him, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind.
Mhm.
This is the first and great command.
Mhm.
And the second is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
Mhm.
On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets.
All the law and the prophets. It's basically obedience. Obedience to the commands of the Bible and a nurturing relationship with Yeshaya. The next two that we're going to speak on are for the children. We already spoke on autism. But now let's talk about conduct disorder. Yes.
Like Shepard said, he dealt with the Eisenberger. So for me, it's the general anxiety,
Yeah.
which is really bad because you get a lot of health issues
Mm-hmm.
from that. A lot. It don't happen to me like it used to because I used to be on medication in 2008 for
Right.
anxiety and panic attacks. But I don't have that anymore. But does the devil still try to put it on me? Try to get me to doubt and be concerned about things?
Mm-hmm.
But see, I know Matthew 5 is Matthew 5:6, the Sermon on the Mount. I don't have to worry. I don't have to think about where I'm going, a roof over my head. It says our Father in heaven knows. He already knows what we need, and He knows before we even open our mouths to even ask for it. So what is that? I shall know the truth, and the truth shall set me free.
Right.
So the word of God, the word of the Most High, have set me free from that.
Right. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I was gonna ask, in regards to like autism or different disabilities related to that, could that
Autism and disabilities related to autism.
Yes.
Okay.
So when you have someone like giving you instruction and you just feel like your mind is just not processing it, like they may have to tell you like 3 different times, like is that related to like, could that be related to like autism?
Nope.
Or is that something else?
That's something else. Remember, autism. It's not about them not understanding instructions that are given. Autism is more of the restrictedness of an individual. The social communication is not like they don't understand, go get me a glass of water. They'll do that, but not if it's at 7:15 and I got to do this. So that's different. That's just plain rebellion.
But yeah, somebody giving you instructions, either it's just rebellion or you're not focused
Right.
on what you're doing. Like I just gave that example with Micaiah. He'll go off to do what I have told him to do. But by the time he get there, he's distracted. He has forgotten because his mind was not focused on somewhere between from where he left me to where he ended up where he got to go. That was a disconnect. He was not focused. He lost focus somewhere.
Yes.
Kind of like what she was saying with the autism stuff. Is that like the military type behavior?
Could be.
Okay.
It could be. Well,
I don't know what she's talking about.
like, no, that's not autism.
Okay.
Like just being focused, like you got to get everything done, and the military.
No, because autism is different. Autism at 7:15, if you're not doing that, your whole day is shot. Military, you don't do something at 7:15. Of course, you better do it at 7:16. That's different. It's autism. If there's one thing that interrupts the day, the whole day is done.
That's more like a perfectionist.
OCD.
OCD.
is not part of autism. It's
No.
different.
Talking about perfection, sorry.
Perfectionism, that's OCD, which we're going to get to later. Yes, ma'am?
A great example of autism, I used to work in a classroom with autism kids, and we had a strict schedule where they came in, they ate breakfast, they did calendar, it was read aloud, then ELA. But the teacher wasn't there that day, so I had to take over, but she didn't assign a read aloud, so we had to skip read aloud and go straight to ELA. And one of the girls just could not handle it. She ran outside the classroom, and for 8 hours, the whole entire workday, she cried in the hallway until she passed out before they called for buses. She couldn't function for the rest of the day.
That's it. That's autism. Conduct disorder. Need to spell that? Conduct disorder.
It's okay if we do. Don't feel ashamed.
No, don't feel ashamed. Don't be ashamed. CONDUCT.
Say contact.
What?
Conduct disorder. And now we're going to talk conduct disorder and we're going to talk oppositional defiant disorder. These are both in children and they're both different. You don't want your child to have either one of these, but conduct disorder is a lot worse. Conduct disorder is diagnosed when a child or adolescent that presents themselves through a repetitive and persistent pattern of behavior, which the basic rights of other people are violated.
Cool. Yeah.
Oh.
Just the normal, just they could care less about your rights as a person. This is children. These are behaviors and they are known as antisocial behaviors. These children are not social at all. Yes, ma'am?
I was gonna ask, when you say they don't have regard, is there like an example of that?
Yeah, I got some symptoms.
Okay. Mother got some experience.
Right. So when it comes to conduct disorder, antisocial behaviors, it's a precursor for antisocial personality disorder, which is what the child will be diagnosed with next. Conduct disorder affects 51 million children, and that was in 2013. 51 million children.
You know why? Because there's no, yeah, ain't nobody getting their butt whooped. CPS, I'm going to call on you. The grandparents, it was the parents stopped raising the children, and then the grandparents started doing it. So nobody is raising the children. Nobody is disciplining these children.
Right. So with conduct disorder, there's a lack of remorse, lack of guilt, lack of empathy, lack of concern for other people. And this is a list of the symptoms that are out of the DSM. Aggression to people or animals. Often are bullies, threaten, or intimidate people. Yes, these are children. Initiate physical fights. Now, basically, what the DSM says is that if your child has 4 of these characteristics, then they have conduct disorder. Okay? They use a weapon that can cause serious harm to people.
They don't care.
Brick, scissors, knife,
Chairs.
gun, chairs, it doesn't matter.
Hey, that 6-year-old just went into the classroom and shot the teacher in the stomach.
Right. They're physically cruel to people. They're physically cruel to animals.
I don't know how their fingers strong enough to even pull that trigger.
These children mug people. When I say mug, I mean robbery. These children molest other children. So see why just by this one, and we still have a few more to go, this one is worse than opposition defiant disorder. Because if I ask, which one do you think is worse, conduct disorder versus oppositional defiant disorder, you probably would say oppositional defiant disorder.
I see this one action.
All right. Destruction of property. Deliberately setting fires. Destroying other people's property. Often lies about goods they have. Stay out at night despite parent prohibitions. And that's beginning at 13. That's the adolescent part. Run away from home, run away from school at least twice a week. And is often truant from school. That's conduct disorder.
AKA rebellion.
Now, there's oppositional defiant disorder. So we talked about conduct disorder. Now, oppositional defiant disorder. And there's a few other childhood ones. These two kind of stood out when I was going through this class, but there's several. Oppositional defiant disorder is listed in the DSM-5 under disruptive, impulsive control, and conduct disorders. The pattern is angry and irritable mood children, defiant behavior. Now, the difference between CD versus ODD is CD is geared towards animals and people. That's what conduct disorder is. Oppositional defiant disorder, they are not violent towards people. They are not violent towards animals. They do not destroy property. They do not they don't steal. They don't do any of that. So what do children do who have ODD? They lose their temper often. They are easily annoyed.
Mm.
They're angry and resentful. They argue with their parents.
Mm.
They defy their parents. You tell them to sit down, they get right back up. You tell them to be quiet, they continue talking. They defy the parents. They
Sound familiar?
deliberately annoy their siblings.
Sound familiar? Oh, I just had a conversation with somebody
They deliberately annoy their siblings.
bullying their siblings.
Right. They often blame others for their mistakes or their bad behavior.
Making beers.
Now, if the child has done, guess what? 2 of these, they are classified as oppositional defiant disorder. And it's 2 within the last 6 months. 2.
Oh, that's. Y'all parents need to be taking notes for your children for deliverance service. Remember, the things that is being taught up here is what's in the ministry, what people are dealing with.
Right.
So if somebody had their hand up-
There are a couple that I just added just because, I'm the shepherd and I can do those things. But they're educational. But the majority of these is what we're dealing with. There are a couple that I just added just for educational
you
purposes.
see what you just did? Did you see what you just did?
Right.
I just said that these teachings was given to us.
I know by the Holy Spirit.
All of them. And then you just said, I just added some.
Mm-mm.
No, you said you just added some just because you the shepherd. That ain't what happened.
I know that.
Shepherd Tawad.
Because you know it. Yes.
Okay, I have more questions. So,
Okay.
with the angry and resentful, let's say something is done to the child.
Angry and resentful for what?
Like maybe they got corrected from something. Maybe you discipline them, and then months later they still.
Which disorder are you speaking
Oh, I'm
of?
sorry, the oppositional defiant disorder.
Okay.
And then like months later, like they avoid that person, or they just they move away when they come. That's because they're like resentful.
What? Could you repeat that?
So if I discipline her
Mhm.
and then she gets upset,
Mhm.
and then if I walk in a room next to her or sit next to her on the sofa, she go the opposite way. Is that like resentful because she was disciplined?
That's not resentful according to this.
Oh.
No, that's just like you discipline me and I don't like it.
And she just move away because she's mad because I just disciplined her. Okay.
Yeah, you discipline me, I don't like it, so I don't want to talk to you right now.
Okay.
Nasad does that to me all the time.
And then
Yes.
what about like you said like lose temper? So like let's say you get disciplined, but then you pull your hair or you hit yourself because you're mad because I just disciplined you. Like, is that like the temper tantrum?
Loses temper often.
Oh, okay. Good.
So if every time that you tell the child something and they lose their temper often, which is more than just once, that's a problem. According to the DSM, they said 2 times in the previous 6 months, but you have to exhibit at least 4 of the symptoms.
So listen what she said. She said, if she chastises her,
Mhm.
then she'll start hitting herself and pulling her own hair out.
She used to do that when she was like 1 or 2. It was like
I
heavy.
remember.
And
I
then
remember.
now she doesn't. But is it like because it's dormant, but it's still there because there hasn't been any?
Opposite defiant
Or it's just like
disorder.
my change.
Oh, that's opposite defiant disorder.
Okay. And then what if you were like this as a child? Is that because is that like something that can be generational, or is it just like a behavior that rebellion still just through the blood?
It's
Could
the
be through the
rebellion.
bloodline.
Yeah.
It could be through the bloodline. Yeah, sure.
That's what's happening.
It could be.
You tripping up people.
Would an adult go through deliverance from this?
They can from the childhood,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
To see,
There's things that happened to me in my childhood that I had to go through deliverance for. Because it happened to me in my childhood, it's not going to happen to me as an adult. No, because I will hurt somebody. But it happened to me as a child when I was 8. So when we started going through deliverance, I needed deliverance from the episode that happened to me when I was 8.
and also because when that type of action happened, the spirits
Got in.
got in. So you need deliverance from that transfer of the spirit.
Right.
Last
Mhm.
question for now.
Yeah,
So
until we get to the next one, but that's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah,
We're,
because
we're about to go to
she said that
bipolar.
too, and
yeah.
Yeah.
So because I remember deliverance service one time, you called out childhood anger,
Right.
and I remember something happened to me, and I was just like it moved me like physically, like my body. I was like, okay, I never heard childhood anger, but when I heard it, it was just like something different. That's why I was curious. Could an adult go through this too?
Yeah.
And get delivered.
Most, if you've had trauma or anything that happened to you as a child, most definitely you can still go through deliverance now.
but a lot of, because looking at these children in here and knowing what mother has told me about these children do a lot of things because these children was lacking discipline. Rules will be given and then rules will be broken. There was no consistency. When no means no, you say no, and then all of a sudden, because that child is acting kind of good, you go
and
and give that child what you told them they couldn't have. So they're gonna pick up on that. Them little manipulators gonna pick up on that.
So you can say little manipulators, but I can't say crumb snatchers.
I'm just saying. And then because I told the day before on Wednesday, I told my grandchildren, I said,
Oh, I
we're
remember.
going to the store tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, you all need to be good. If you be good, I'm gonna buy you something. They cut up the whole.
What did they say?
Oh yes,
What did they say?
we're gonna be good. Yes. And I said, okay, I'm gonna hold you to it. Oh, we're gonna be good and this and that. Girl, they had all 3 of them had the whole thing. They had the talk going.
Mm-hmm.
We got before we can even get to the store, they was cutting up. They was fighting. Araya was telling them boys off because she's 3. And her brother's 4. I mean 5. She's 4 yet?
No, that's September.
But the thing about it, she was like, Micaiah, you don't tell me some little boy. I was like, and then Aliyah, who's 2, look, sis, you don't talk to my brother like that. You are a girl. I was like, and they got out their car seats and they was throwing stuff and throwing paper. So we get to the store. I said, look, you are not getting anything from the store. So don't even ask. You blew it. We get to the store. Micaiah, oh my, I'm gonna help you shop. He walking around. Oh, I like this. Oh, I need a bigger pillow for my bed. Like he was just in it. Oh, the toys over there. And Araya, oh, I can use a new yellow car. And Aliyah, oh, I can use a dump truck. And I said, Oh, and then so I just kept going. I didn't say nothing because I knew what they was talking upon. Then Micah Micaiah gonna come to me and say, "Oh my, I've been good." I said, "Boy, no, you haven't. I've been talking to you all ever since we left. I told you you're not getting anything. I told you if you act up, I was not buying you anything. So you're not getting anything, and I did not buy them anything." But what would have happened if I would have bought them something anyway?
Ain't no telling what that Araya would have said. She probably would have put the N word in front of you, a boy.
She did say that to somebody, didn't she? In the kitchen.
She called somebody the N word.
Who she said that to? Micaiah?
She said it to Elia.
Oh,
Elia was like, "Don't say that." And I was like, "What'd she say?" And then all three of them just started like chanting it.
she called her
She
brother.
said something in the car too.
She called her baby brother.
To you?
Oh yeah. So Manawa, her father called her mother, and he's like, "Hey, good morning." And everybody called. He's like, "Good morning, Shalom." She was like, "Good morning, nigga." I was like, "Now we don't say that." I don't know where she got that from because we don't speak like that. But they would act up. They would cut up. Children would cut up, and when it's time for something they want, they would help fold the clothes. They would sweep the floor. They would rub your. They even come trying to massage my feet. You saw Elia.
Yeah.
He be massaging my feet while he looking over to see if I got something for him to eat or drink. I'm telling you.
Right. And
you tell them no and see what you get.
right.
It's a whole new other ball
Whole
game.
nother
You say no.
So conduct disorder. I don't know if any children in here is dealing with that. That's a lot. But oppositional defiant disorder,
That's what these children
I
do.
guarantee.
No, the children Amana used to work with.
No, that was conduct disorder.
Because
Yeah.
They were
somebody
violent.
hit the teacher in the head and gave her a concussion. Knocked her out. But these are like 5 and 6-year-old children. Where are they getting that strength from? It's demonic. The other school she worked at, somebody bit the person's arm.
You can see their tendons in their arm.
I would have went to jail that day. I'm sorry.
They left an evidence.
It would have been some head busting going on up there. These
Ecclesiastes 12 and 13.
these children at that school are abusing the grown-ups. How you have a 7-year-old beat up a grown man and drag that grown man out the classroom by his shirt?
Yeah.
Some things just should not happen. I can't imagine seeing that. I don't know how she saw it, because I probably would have thought.
Well, I wasn't going to jump in, but.
Yeah, because she would have been dragged.
No, there was other men standing around. The crisis intervener should have taken care of that. The teacher's assistant should not have been drug out of the classroom by a 7-year-old.
A man was drug out the classroom, a grown man, by a 7-year-old.
24 years old.
These things are real.
But think about it. And Amana would tell you, the laws are made to protect
The
them,
children.
Yeah.
to protect the children in that bad behavior. Yep.
Yes.
Okay, it's a little off topic, but it's concerning that. So if you have a child and they have like this out of nowhere strength when you're disciplining them, like, you know, you bigger than them, but like they push you down like it's like a fight. It's like you fighting a grown person.
You ain't fighting no grown
I know it's
person.
a demon, so like is that like a particular demon or just rebellion?
You better jack that child up.
That's why I have to hold it down and like hold up like that.
You better jack that child up.
But what are you doing?
These children got adult demons inside of them, and they don't have a filter. So you better go. You better do something.
So it was this child in the ministry years ago, and he had a huge lust demons where he started sticking his hand down the women's shirt, grabbing their breasts. Shepherd told him, "Don't do that again. If you do it again, you're gonna get it." He did it again. While he was getting his butt whooped, what spirit was being called out?
because I do say rebellion, but like she does that, like,
But why you don't have authority over that? Why you don't? If you're a parent and you dealing with your children is acting influenced by demons, and Yeshua has given us authority over these demons.
Mhm.
But if you're calling this spirit out and it's not listening to you, why not? Because if you have authority over something and you tell it to get out and it don't go, you don't have authority. How is your lifestyle? How is your prayer life? How is your spiritual life? The scripture said you cannot drink from the cup of demons and from the cup of the Lord. You cannot eat from the tables of demons and eat from the table of the Lord. You got to choose who you're going to serve. So you cannot be a parent and you're living and you're in rebellion of Yeshua and think that you're going to have authority over your children.
It's not gonna happen.
It's just not, you don't have that authority.
Right.
So you got to think about your life.
Ecclesiastes 12 and 13, and then we're going to go bipolar 1 and 2.
Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man.
Every scripture that we're going through is to assist with mental illness, severe mental illness. Right? Bipolar 1, bipolar 2.
Is that just one whole title in itself, or are those going to be two separate?
We're gonna do bipolar 1, bipolar 2, then we're gonna talk bipolar 1, then we're gonna talk bipolar 2.
So it's going to be 8 and 9.
It's gonna be no.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? 8 or
You said we're
9?
going through 18 of them. I was numbering them. I thought this one was supposed to be.
About that much. I don't know. It's about 18 of them.
What's up with y'all?
I'm on
I put
8.
8.
Okay.
Bipolar 1 and bipolar 2, they are separate. They are not
Okay.
together.
Yeah, that's
A lot of them.
Now, when it comes to bipolar itself, it's characterized by feeling sadness, euphoria, sadness, euphoria, sadness, euphoria. It's a manic episode. You at least experience one manic episode, and it's extreme euphoria, then increased irritability. Extreme euphoria, increased irritability. Now, bipolar 1 and 2 is definitely genetic. Definitely genetic. And there's three major factors when dealing with bipolar 1 and bipolar 2. I mean, 3 different types. Well, how is it 3 different types if it's bipolar 1, bipolar 2? That's only 2. Well, there's a third one. Bipolar 1, bipolar 2, and cyclothymia.
Mhm.
All 3 are considered some type of bipolar, and all 3 vary.
Mhm.
Cyclothymia is CYCLOTHYMIA. Cyclothymia. Bipolar 1. At first, it was called, before a few years ago, manic depression. That's what it was called. But it's called bipolar 1. Bipolar 1, it's mood states, and like I said, it's extreme depression, extreme happy, extreme depression, extreme happy, and it alternates one from another. Bipolar 2 is a disorder by a single episode and depressive episodes instead of
That's 2, right?
bipolar 2. But we're just going to overview a bipolar.
Yeah.
We're not going into the specifics of bipolar 1, not going into the specifics of bipolar 2 yet. This is just bipolar in general. Bipolar, instead of more manic episodes with bipolar 1, you have a lot of these in bipolar 2. The difference is the years, and we'll get to that in a moment. Manic or a manic episode. What is a manic or hypomanic episode? Because that's what you deal with when you're dealing with 1 or 2. First of all, inflated self-esteem. My poop comes out as roses, right? Inflated self-esteem.
Which can be what?
It's not narcissism because
Pride.
that's something else. It's pride, yeah. Because narcissism that's a different disorder that we're going to get to. But you deal with that inflated esteem. Increased goal. You got all these goals. You got 18 goals that you're going to accomplish.
And what are you putting this under?
This is manic.
Okay.
It's not by we're not at
Right, we're
bipolar
on
1 or
manic
2.
or hypomanic.
Right, but that's under the bipolar.
Right.
It's under bipolar and it's under cyclothymia. Okay, we're not into the specifics yet. We'll get into the specifics in a moment. But we have to understand what is manic versus hypomanic. Increased goal activity. That's the manic. That's the hypomanic, where you have 10 goals that you're going to accomplish in 2 weeks, and everybody is telling you that's not even possible. It's not possible, but you have these 10 goals and they are not attainable. Probably, maybe not even one is attainable. But that's that hypomanic. Reduction of sleep. Because you're up. You don't really need sleep because your brain now is just wired. You're up. Racing thoughts and racing ideas. The racing thoughts and racing ideas is tied to the goal-directed activity. You're having all these thoughts. You're going to take out the garbage at 7 a.m., but you know what? You're going to do this. You're going to do that. You're going to do that. You're going to do this. Oh, wait a minute. I think if I change this and do this, and wait a minute. Oh, wait, I got to do this. Oh, wait, oh, no. You know what? Scratch all that because now I see this, and now I want to do A, B, C, D, E. It's racing thoughts. Ideas, these ideas that just come into the head. You're going to start a business. You're going to drive a truck. You want to be a truck driver now. What? No, I want to own my own business driving a truck. Wait, no, I don't want to do that. I want to work for an independent truck driver. It's these ideas and stuff just all over the place. Distractibility, they're very distracted at everything. Increased talkative. They just run there. It's just like increased talkative. But this is on the manic or the hypomanic episode. That's when they're high. And I don't mean high off of drugs. They're just high. And they have excessive, risky behaviors. That's on the high of it. We'll talk on the low later. Let's talk specifically bipolar 1. Bipolar 1. Now, there's a difference between 1 and 2. And I'll tell you what 2 is in a moment. Bipolar 1, these episodes, up, down, up, down, up, down, 7 days. Every day. Up, down, up, down, up, down. The manic episodes are so severe that the person may need some type of medical care because they're way up there.
So 1 is the hypomanic.
Right.
Just make sure I'm using the right words.
And that manic episode, that's for like 7 days. The depression, 2 weeks. So you're up for about 7 days, and then you crash, and you're down for 2 weeks. Then next thing you know, you see the person and they're up again, and then they crash. What triggers bipolar 1? Stress. Stress triggers bipolar. The stressful triggers would be you have an argument in your relationship with somebody. You feel emotional abuse with somebody. Somebody talks about you, somebody cusses you out. That triggers that bipolar to go up, down. Remember, up 7 days, down for 2 weeks. Up 7 days, down for 2 weeks. That's unhealthy. If left untreated, every aspect of your life will hinder. And what happens with people who are dealing with bipolar 1? They go to drugs and alcohol.
Or shopping.
Yeah, that too.
So they do something.
Something.
Sex, drugs, alcohol.
Yeah.
They spend money.
Right. That's the bipolar 1. It leads to something very serious.
Makes you feel good, yeah.
And what it leads to is suicide.
Eventually, that's
because how can a person can't live like that? 7 days just on a high, 2 weeks on a low. They also have financial issues because they're up, down, want to change jobs every 6 months, up, down.
3 to 6 months change. Instability.
Instability. Yeah. How do they act? They go from extreme high to extreme low. Manic system, the manic or the hypomanic is increased energy, impulsive behavior. They're agitated. Depression is a lack of energy. You just go from this to now you have no energy at all. You feel worthless. You feel like you're not accomplishing anything.
If all your money is gone.
Yeah, all that. I'm going to do this, that, all these plans that you had, and all of a sudden, bam, your esteem is low. You go from a high esteem to a low esteem, and that low esteem brings forth suicidal thoughts. That's bipolar 1, and that's bad. Yes?
Do fluctuating emotions, like, with this, does it always have to be on the extreme side? Could you just have fluctuating emotions? Like, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yep, I understand what you're saying. No, when it comes to this, it's extreme.
Okay.
It's not where, you feel good and then something happens and you feel like, oh, well, then you feel good and then something happens. That's the normal progression of life. If it's like this, let's say it's like this. Normal progression. You're like this for a minute, then you have a little hiccup, then you get back up, and you're like that for a minute, then you have a little hiccup. That's normal progression. Bipolar 1 is this: way up, way down, way up, way down, over a period of 7 days up, 2 weeks down.
That's
at least.
the suicidal thoughts.
Yeah.
To trigger that. And also, they don't eat, you lose your appetite. You don't have, you don't want to eat.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Because you're being controlled by a demon, and demons do not take no food.
Right. What you're describing possibly is bipolar 2, which, I don't like to say the better of the two, but bipolar 2 would be the more, it would be less severe of the two. Bipolar 2. Bipolar 2 is where you have those patterns, but they're not full-blown manics and not full-blown depression.
Right.
So bipolar 2, it's less severe than bipolar 1 because of the seriousness of the manics and the seriousness of the depressions. It's still a problem, but it's not as serious as bipolar 1. People with bipolar 2 are intelligent. They're intelligent. Now we're going to talk schizophrenia in a moment. Bipolar 2 is not schizophrenia, but
Change this thing.
who?
You change that.
Yes, bipolar. Oh, I'm sorry. Bipolar 2 is not schizophrenia. We're going to talk on schizophrenia in a moment. Schizophrenia is a different beast in itself. But when it comes to bipolar 2, the person has a manic. You're going to have manics and you're going to have depression. The manic is like this.
You're just there.
It's over 7 days, and then they drop. Over 2 weeks is the depression. It's not as severe as bipolar 1. Bipolar 2, when you're in the manic stage, you're not having all these grandiose thoughts of you're going to do accomplish 35 different tasks in less than a week. It's not like that. You may have 3 or 4 that you're going to do. And based off of those 3 or 4, because you don't accomplish those 3 or 4, you go into a mild depression state.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am?
No, you just answered it. So if you don't get those tasks done, like you don't complete those tasks,
Right.
is it like you beat up yourself? You're like, oh, I didn't do this, and then it's like you're down about it.
Yeah, you say, oh, I suck. But it's not to the point of suicide with bipolar 2, yes?
Okay, so let's say like you make a list, but it's like stuff with bipolar, like, oh, I'm gonna read, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that to stay on focus, to, get a better spiritual life or something, and then you don't accomplish it, and then you just like, oh, I'm off now because I didn't complete this, and then you just beat yourself up.
That's not bipolar 1 or bipolar 2 because they're grandiose. That's the part. It's grandiose. There's nothing grandiose about reading your Bible. Nothing like that. But you're going to start your own business.
Like buy a car or something like that.
Not even buy a car. You're going to start your own business. You're going to start a business of sports. And then, not only going to start a business of sports, but you also are going to start a business as a pizza shop. You're going to own a pizza shop. So you have these grandiose thoughts of things that you're going to do, but we all know it takes time to start a business. But you're going to do it in a week because you're on that manic high. Then you're on that low because there's no way you can do that. A lot of people say that you're going to run for Congress, but you're going to do it in a week. It's things that are not feasible, and you tell people this, and they're telling you you can't do that. And what you say, haters. Bipolar 2, decreased need of sleep. Excessive spending is in bipolar 2. Quickly flying from one idea to another. It's bipolar 2. You only have a couple of things that you are saying you're going to get accomplished, which you never do.
But when you're going through that, no, I'm gonna save it for the last one. I'm gonna bring that up here.
Cyclone. All right. How does a person with bipolar 2 operate? When they're in the episodes, they're out of character. Behavior is out of character, but it's not as extreme as bipolar 1. Hypomanic episodes, increased energy, increased drive, rapid speech. Those are a part of bipolar 2. It's the highs. So that's the difference between bipolar 1 and bipolar 2. A lot of people deal with bipolar 2. Bipolar 1, not so many. But still, bipolar 1 is the more severe of the two. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verses 27 to 29.
Right over there.
The Bible says the Lord will smite thee with the botch of Egypt and with the emerods and with the scab and with the itch, whereof thou canst not be healed. The Lord shall smite thee with madness and blindness and astonishment of heart, and thou shalt grope at noonday as the blind gropeth in darkness, and thou shalt not prosper in thy ways, and thou shalt be only oppressed and spoiled evermore, and no man shall save thee. That's not good. That's not good at all. Let's go 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 11, and then we'll talk cyclothymia. 2 Thessalonians 2 and 11.
I don't know. I'll check it in. Are you mocking me?
Huh?
Are you mocking me?
Oh, like the raise up the window?
Yeah. You playing tricks with me. I think you was checking that window.
That window was raised.
I don't believe that.
It was raised all the way.
Yeah, at one point it probably was.
We got it. 2 Thessalonians 2 and 11.
2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 11. And for this cause God shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie.
Strong delusion. That's bipolar 1, 2, and now cyclothymia. What's the difference? We'll talk about that in a second. Cyclothymia is a mental disorder, and it involves numerous periods of symptoms of depression and periods of symptoms of hypomania.
Yeah.
Numerous. And these symptoms last in an individual for at least 1 year. That's the difference between bipolar 1, bipolar 2, and cyclothymia. Cyclothymia is over a longer period of time. The moods last anywhere from 2 weeks to 2 months. So the person is on that high, elevated mood for 2 weeks. Depressed, 2 weeks.
Weeks or years?
No, that's over the last 2 years. Symptoms can elevate over the last 2 years. The periods of mood stable, the period of moods can be anywhere from 2 weeks to 2 months. They're on this elevated high for 2 weeks, depressed for 2 weeks, elevated high for 2 weeks, depressed for 2 weeks. It's the same as bipolar 1 and 2. The difference are the phases. And it's not a full, it's kind of like bipolar 2, but a longer time with bipolar 2. So bipolar 2, we remember that it's that high for 7 days and depressed for 2 weeks. Cyclothymia is that high for 2 weeks, depressed for 2 weeks. But it's not as, the highs are not bipolar 1 highs, which are excessive. The cyclothymia, it's unstableness for sure. It is unstableness for sure. But for some reason, with cyclothymia, it's over a longer period of time, with the exception of the depression being 2 weeks. So they're not as extreme as bipolar 1. It's kind of like bipolar 2, but it's a little milder than bipolar 2. Yes?
So when you were talking about it's not an excessive high, like what is something that wouldn't be like an excessive high with cyclothymia? You saying like with the high for bipolar 1 and 2, like you started a business or something.
Right.
But like, what would it be for like cyclothymia? Like,
Cyclothymia, let's say the person's on a high for cyclothymia, and they're going to say, I'm going to read my Bible every day for an hour. I'm going to study every day for an hour. I'm going to not only study every day for an hour, but I'm going to watch my favorite TV show every day for an hour. And I'm going to make sure I perform at the top of my job every day that I go to work.
And when I go to work, they can't do, this place can't run without me.
Right. They have that grandiose about themselves. But those three, they're not going to destroy anybody, but it'll destroy the cycle of the mind. Because if they don't meet one of those, that's the depression. I was not able to read my Bible for an hour every day. So then, because you're not able to accomplish that, you feel depressed. Or somebody says, this guy does a great job on the job. Man, you could be like him. It's called constructive criticism. And now, this place can actually run without me. Depression. So the episodes of manic, it's not like bipolar 1, it's not like bipolar 2, but it still is a manic episode.
And the person could have like temper tantrums,
Yes.
fall out crying on the floor because
Right.
they're frustrated or depressed and things are not going right.
Mm-hmm.
They'll stop eating for days.
Right.
It's a very emotional thing. It is.
They won't talk.
They won't talk to you for days.
They won't talk for days. That's like a 2-week. They won't talk. They won't say nothing. They won't do anything. But then something triggers and boom, they're back up again. That's cyclothymia, and that's it's a problem. All these are a problem. Bipolar 1, bipolar 2, cyclothymia, they are all an issue.
I have a question.
Yes.
Cyclothymia was something that 100% I used to deal with. And when I first heard about it, I didn't think I dealt with it. But, I've always had a very high drive to succeed. And whatever I'm supposed to do, whatever task is put in front of me. And it would be where if I didn't succeed at that task, that it would 100% throw my entire life into derision, where I would feel like now I can't succeed at anything, nothing's gonna go right, so why even try with anything? Where it would throw me into those long periods of depression where I didn't want to try anything, I didn't want to do anything different. If a task was given to me, it was like, well, you can try and give it to me, but I don't know if it's the uncertainty that I would then have versus when I'm excelling at a task and I'm having that success would be so much different to now where I still would say that I have the same success drive and I still want to succeed in the things that I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
But when I fail, it's not as big as a curve now, where it just stops my entire life and it's just like, man, now I know I'm gonna fail at everything else that I try.
Right.
So why even try it?
Why even try? And that's the down of bipolar 1 and 2 and cyclothymia. Yes.
and this is the one that can last longer than 2 weeks. Like it can
No.
last longer?
Cyclothymia is on a 2-week span.
It never
Up
goes
2,
longer?
down 2. Up 2, down 2.
Okay, and then
But over a period of 1 to 2 years.
it's like a roller coaster.
Right. Over a period of 1 or 2 years.
Okay. And then I was saying with you get upset like the temper tantrums or something, you lash out.
Cyclothymia.
But it's just like you just get irritated, like you're just extremely irritated, like you upset, like you might take your anger out on somebody else because you're upset because you failed.
You shouldn't take your anger out on somebody
I know.
else. But no, it's when you think of these things, you have to think of it on a very high level. Like it's extreme. If you're irritated, like everybody gets irritated at somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? We deal with it and we move on. But when it comes to these, when you get irritated with somebody, it's extreme. it's extreme.
can you have this but not like, because like I deal with this, I know I do, but like
Mhm.
I don't get like, I don't like lash out, get like angry.
No. Anger is not part of bipolar 1, 2, and cyclothymia. Anger's not a part of it. It's
But like when you go to
the,
that down part, like and
that's
you,
depression,
okay.
which is different. That's depression. That's bipolar 1, it's suicide. Bipolar 2, it's not really suicide. It's just you feel bad about yourself. You may cut yourself. It may be something like that. Cyclothymia is just that you
Like
just
give up, like you just stop trying.
want to give up, not want to try. You want to just be distant. You don't say anything to anybody.
And then,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
With the grandiose, is that like pride?
Grandiose, you could say that's pride.
Like,
It's
yeah.
kind of like you like, I'm going to run for president and win.
okay, so can I give you an example? Like, whatever.
Yes.
So like I have this conversation like, and I'll be like, if I'm not at work, nothing gets done. Like you said,
Mhm.
like we have to answer emails, and then if
Right.
I don't do the emails, they don't get done, which is true. But I'm talking about it like, oh yeah, like I'm the stuff. So is that kind of like?
Well, if you're
if
if you're talking about it as if you're the stuff, then yeah,
not
that's
like I'm the stuff, but like I'm always saying, oh, they never do the emails. Oh, I'm gonna have to go in and clean this up and do it because nobody else do it. You know, I'm talking like that.
no, that's
Even
not
I mean, it's true, but-
cyclothymia or anything like that.
Okay.
I mean, that's just you don't work with some lazy people. That has nothing to do with you. I mean,
Can that be a part of the grandiose, like on a lower scale?
no, because part of my job is answering emails, and I would never say that, but if there's emails that are not answered, I'm not going to say, hey, you guys don't answer emails. And I'm not going to say that to myself. I'm just going to do what I'm supposed to do. Yeah. That's not that. That's not that.
So it's not grandiose.
No,
But you can still
grandiose
have
is like, it's not like, grandiose is saying that, you know what? I'm going to run to be CFO of this company next month.
Okay.
That's grandiose versus nobody does these emails. I got to take care of these emails. No, that's just work complaining.
Oh.
But grandiose is like, I'm going to be the vice president in charge of production come next month. That's grandiose, and that person needs to be slapped. Yes, ma'am?
I'm trying to, it's the depression part. Like, what if you like feel fine, you feel perfect? You're saying the high stuff, but I don't really, anyhow, but then you just feel like,
It's just depression.
yeah.
There's something for you, but not this. Yeah, there's something for you, but I mean, not something for you that's wrong, but there's a disorder we haven't talked about just yet, about just being depressed. It's called major depression disorder, which we'll get to in a moment. Let's go to obsessive compulsive personality disorder, OCPD.
Yeah, I'm 11.
I added those three together.
Oh.
Those are three separate, by the way. Those are three separate. They're not together
I put them under.
because they're different. Now, remember when I talked about cluster ABC?
Yeah.
OCPD is under cluster C
What was the name for it again?
because it's a personality disorder.
What was the name of this one?
OC.
Obsessive compulsive personality disorder.
So OPCD?
OCPD.
Obsessive.
Obsessive O, compulsive C, personality P, disorder D. What this is a excessive need for order, excessive need for neatness, excessive need for perfectionism. A person reaches adulthood, And everything has to be perfect. Perfect. Over devotion at work. Not being able to throw away things.
Yeah.
So you can see how this could lead into hoarding.
Yeah.
Hoarding. Not being able to throw away things. And it's stuff that has no value to it. You're not flexible at all. That's where the schedule comes in. I think somebody said something about schedules earlier. You being so strict to the schedule that you can't be flexible with your schedule. You're not generous at all. You don't want other people to do things. You're not willing to show affection. And you become so preoccupied with your details, your rules, your list. Yes, ma'am.
So is this different from like just regular OCD where you have to like repetitive behaviors?
No, regular OCD, as far as that goes, remember, this is severe.
Okay.
So OCD, when it comes to OCD, we always say checking the door handle 5 times to make sure it's locked.
Right.
Turning on and off the light switch 3 times when you leave a room or when you enter into a room. That's OCD. And also there's some other factors with OCD, but the ones that are most spoken of is the repetitiveness of OCD.
Right.
But there's other things with OCD that are not so common. This is obsessive compulsive personality disorder. This is something different. People who have OCD, they're kind of flexible with this, they're flexible with that. They just have that quirk in them. They make sure that the water is turned off, so they turn it 4 times. It's just a quirk. Obsessive compulsive personality disorder means like if this table was like this, they would flip out.
Okay.
Flip out. You all sitting here like this, they would flip out. It's not about the little quirks. It's different. OCD leads to hoarding, where you don't throw away anything. OCD leads to other compulsive disorders. Obsessive compulsive personality disorder. OCD just doesn't do that. This one does. Yes?
Do you have to have all of these, or it can just be like 1 or 2?
Any for over the last 6 months.
Okay.
Any for over the last 6 months, you are considered to have obsessive compulsive personality disorder. It's not a good one. Right? Before we continue, yes?
Well, I had a question, but
Yes.
she was first.
Yes.
So, is there like if you see something, you always gotta fix it? You just walking past and you see something, you straighten it out real quick and just carry on what you're doing. Like even if it's nothing like this, it don't even have to really be.
That would probably be OCD versus obsessive. That's probably OCD. That's the milder one. Not obsessive compulsive. Obsessive compulsive is, first of all, you're not going to allow that to happen in the first place, because everything is going to be like this. There's no way that a person with obsessive compulsive disorder would have this. All this would be off the wall. It wouldn't even. A person who has OCD, they'll fix it. A person who has obsessive obsessive compulsive disorder, this is gone off the wall. They can't handle this. That is gone. All this is gone. Those shelves are gone. They have a plain wall because they can control that. They can't control this. Yes, ma'am.
You answered my question by answering.
Okay.
Yes.
Mhm.
With you were talking about the quirks when it comes to OCD. Are they always physical?
More than likely, I don't know of any that are not physical. I'm sure there are, but I don't know of any that are not. Yes.
So what if like you said, stuff like that doesn't bother you? Like because like I know I'm like, okay, we gotta stay on schedule and then like maybe I get off work and it is stuff around the house, not in place. I'm like, okay, we need to get this house in order and then I get upset about it. And then it's like if we off schedule at like 7 o'clock, at 7:01, like you said, 7:01 it needs to get done like yesterday, like get this house back in order. Like and I'm
That
just
wouldn't be
frustrated.
obsessive compulsive disorder. It could be OCD, but that's not obsessive compulsive disorder. Obsessive compulsive disorder is the very extreme. It's not saying, oh, this needs to be done by 8 o'clock, and oh, it's 8:01 and it's still not done. No, that's no patience. There's no patience. Next one we're going to talk about is probably what everybody knows and nobody knows. Schizophrenia. Everybody has heard about schizophrenia. There's a wonderful chapter in Pigs in the Parlor that talks about schizophrenia, but they don't go into detail about schizophrenia. We're going to talk about schizophrenia. Oh, it is SCHIZOPHRENIC. So what we're going to do is, there's several different types of schizophrenia. We're only going to talk 3. We're going to talk schizoaffective disorder. We're going to talk schizophrenic disorder, and we're going to talk paranoid schizophrenia.
So those are all 3 different disorders.
They're schizophrenia,
Oh,
but they're different.
okay.
It's all under the umbrella of schizophrenia,
But they gonna have their own numbers.
Okay. That's what I was gonna say, like,
but they're different. Now, schizophrenia, when it comes to schizophrenia, they're all delusional disorders. It's delusional. When a person has more than one delusional thought, it is for a month or more at a time, it is considered schizophrenia. A lot of people who are religious are schizophrenics. Depending on what culture you came from, you can be part of schizophrenia. 2 main classes. There is the 2 main classifications for schizophrenia. You have bizarre delusions and you have non-bizarre illusions. Sure, I can. Non-bizarre illusion is, when it comes to schizophrenia, where she come from? Non-bizarre delusion is
See a bug crawling?
what?
Would it be like you see a bug crawling on the floor?
Right.
That's like
Non-bizarre. You thought you saw a bug crawling on the floor. Really, there wasn't a bug crawling on the floor. But we all have, like, just thought I saw a bird fly past the window. But there may not have been a bird flying past the window. That's a non-bizarre delusion versus a bizarre delusion. The CIA is after you. The FBI is after you. The president hates your guts.
When he don't even know you.
Well, that may be true. Let me scratch that.
Super predators.
Yeah.
Oh.
The vice president of some bank doesn't like you. They don't even know you. Those are bizarre delusions. Aliens have abducted you 3 times, and they're trying to get you. And there's codes that are in the magazine that you get on a monthly basis that tells you what you need to do and how you need to get rid of the aliens.
So that's like that movie with Russell Crowe, like A Beautiful Mind. You ever seen that?
Yeah, he dealt with
Paranoid.
he dealt with paranoid schizophrenia.
Okay.
Huh? So let's talk schizophrenic form disorder. That is spelled SCHIZOPHRENIFORM.
Yeah.
When it comes to schizophreniform disorder, it's a mental disorder from schizophrenia. Symptoms can last at least a month, but not fully present over a full 6-month period in order to be diagnosed with this. Symptoms can include, but not limited to, delusions, hallucinations, disorganized speech from thought disorder. Disorganized or catatonic behavior.
Wait, say over.
Disorganized or catatonic.
What do you mean by catatonic?
Catatonic is
Somebody just stands in one place, frozen in one place for
for
hours.
hours. That is catatonic schizophrenia, which is part of schizophreniform. Schizophreniform. Okay, you have negative symptoms like inability to express your emotions. Basically, your emotions is flat. You don't feel anything about anything. You just got stung by a bee, and you're like this. Oh well, that happens. Inability to experience pleasure. Lack of motivation. And those are symptoms over, and it's also with the strong delusions. It's with the bizarre delusions. Okay? That's over a period of at least a month. And the symptoms are present for at least 6. Now they're schizoaffective.
When we lived in Arizona with the catatonic schizophrenia, it would be this guy. He would walk up and down the street he had something, but he was walking like he was in a marching band. And then we would see him like a couple of weeks later, and he had one foot on the sidewalk and one in the street. And he was just frozen in place for like at least 5 to 6 hours. But then we were street preaching, and he came walking towards us. Remember, he was doing them demonic hand signs.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then one month we'll see him, and he'll be in his right mind, His hair be cut. He have on clean clothes, everything. We saw that.
Mhm. So it's not something that is just made up for
And I mean,
books.
his eyes wasn't open. He would stand there frozen. His eyes would be closed. And he would have one hand or two hands in the street. And I said, Lord, what rebellion did that man do for that to happen to him like that?
Mm-hmm.
And did we try to pray for him? No, because Mother didn't tell us to go and get involved with that. One time we were street preaching, and he came walking across the street throwing up the Baphomet and all that. And so I stood in front and I started denouncing it and started coming against it.
Mm-hmm.
And he turned and went down the street, went the other way. Arizona was, to me, was very demonic. Because you would have, while we were driving, remember, you have people on the sidewalk, like almost out in the street, throwing up demonic hand signs like they was cursing the cars as they went by. So you know what I did. I rolled down that window and I said, you rotten devil. We see what you're doing. Yeah. And then the thing started yelling and trying to cuss me out, but it got off that corner. It ran off that corner. It was very demonic there.
Now, remember when we first started talking about schizophrenia, there's the non-bizarre versus the bizarre. Everything with schizophrenia, there has to be bizarre delusions. With schizoaffective, it's bizarre delusions. It's also bipolar disorder, whether it's bipolar 1 or bipolar 2. That's also included in schizoaffective. Also in schizoaffective, there are, of course, the delusions, the hallucinations, the disorganized speech. The person is grossly disorganized. Catatonic behavior. And they have no emotional expression whatsoever. So you have all these mood disorders in schizoaffective. What makes it schizoaffective versus bipolar? Bipolar does not deal with hallucinations or delusions. Well, yeah, it does deal with delusions, but it doesn't deal with hallucinations.
Yeah, that's how people think they're the president.
Right. Or think the president is after you.
Yeah, delusion. Yeah.
Or think that you're an animal. We had a woman who thought when we started praying her through deliverance, she started barking like a dog. Actually sat on the chair like a dog and was barking.
We had one that was on the floor, and she was in the corner digging with her hands like a dog.
Like a dog. You see a lot in deliverance ministry. Paranoid schizophrenia. That's probably the one everybody has heard of. Paranoid schizophrenia.
I don't know if you said it or not, but schizophrenia, it really originates from the mother, from a woman to the children.
Oh, no, I didn't bring that up. But
it passed down from the mother to the children.
Mm-hmm.
And also, a child could be dealing with schizophrenia because it's a lot of backward and forward. Like the mother is saying, or the father is saying, you can't have this, you can't do this. And then you let them have it or you let them do it. Yes or no, backward and forward. There's no set or no stability in parenting and making rules.
Unfortunately, more than half of the mental illnesses are triggered by the woman. More than half.
But why is that? The
ones that are really genetically geared towards men, it's men. But more than half of these are really from the woman.
So if the mother is messed up herself, and the mother is the one that has the contact, the nourishing, the teaching of the young child. That's why it's like that. It could be genetic or it could be, it could be taught. Because if somebody's dealing with a mental illness and it's on you to teach or train that child up, that child is going to be affected. There is it is no way around it.
Mhm.
That child is going to be affected.
Yes, it is.
Because even if it's not genetic, it's going to be a learned behavior.
That is. Paranoid schizophrenia. This is categorized by predominantly positive symptoms of schizophrenia, which include delusions and hallucinations and debilitating symptoms. That means this person cannot live. They cannot live on their own because the delusions are so vivid and real. The people whom nobody sees, they see just like you're seeing people right now. That's the difference between just normal schizophrenia and paranoid schizophrenia. Paranoid schizophrenia is accompanied by paranoia. Not everybody with schizophrenia will develop paranoia, but people who have paranoid schizophrenia will develop brain disorders. Why is paranoid schizophrenia so prevalent? Because it involves your senses, seeing, hearing, tasting. It involves your senses. Suspicion, fear of other people, unusual thoughts, unusual beliefs. You have a difficulty thinking clearly. You think like a person with paranoid schizophrenia will think if they're sitting in this room, they would think that all of you are ready to assassinate them. And they will fight tooth and nail to get out of here. So you all won't assassinate them. Their mind is pretty much gone.
They're very dangerous.
They are very dangerous to deal with. Very dangerous. A person who deals with paranoid schizophrenia. Now, I know the movie A Beautiful Mind, but you know what? That's highly weird. And I know it was based off of a true story, but when it comes to people who deal with paranoid schizophrenia,
nothing beautiful about
it's nothing like that. That's a very mild case. Even though he saw people, that's a very mild case because people who have paranoid schizophrenia are threats.
And you're paranoid. When a person is paranoid, what are you thinking? People out to get you. Like somebody's trying to hurt you, somebody trying to poison you. So you got people sniffing stuff. Sometimes they won't eat it because it was open.
Right.
And somebody in the house is trying to poison me.
Mm-hmm.
Kill me.
And they may live alone.
Exactly.
They may live alone. The CIA had broken and infiltrated my house. And look, I opened up the TV dinner, and there's a little slit. Right there, a little slit when there's no slit at all. The brain has been taken over by demons. And that's not a beautiful mind. That is something that is very, very scary. Paranoid schizophrenia is a disease of the mind and the soul. Schizo means split. Paranoid means split because of fear.
Mm-hmm.
And in that movie, A Beautiful Mind, he didn't seem like he was a threat to anybody but
He's
himself.
a math teacher.
But that's not what a normal paranoid person who deals with paranoid
Is that the
schizophrenia
movie?
Yeah,
do.
it is. I thought he was. I thought he got like violent and stuff. And they tried to lock him away, and I mean, it's been
a long
decades.
time.
I mean,
Of course, it's been decades.
it's been decades since that movie came out.
It's been decades since he saw it. That's what he was trying to say. Before we get to our next delusion, before we get to our next illness, Let's talk about some things that Yeshaya does when he strikes people with insanity. Yeshaya strikes them with mania. We saw that with Saul. Panic attacks, paranoia, confusion, delusion, Nebuchadnezzar, dementia, loss of reason, fear. Believing lies, false view of reality. There's a scripture in, I believe, First Chronicles, mob behavior. Or Second Chronicles, one of the two. Suspicion, that's only obvious.
That's on that left hand, and
Pigs in the parlor.
Pigs in the Parlor. It's under rejection, spirit of suspiciousness, searching, looking through pockets, wallets, trying to find somebody doing something.
Hopelessness,
That's on that side too.
depression, anxiety, and loss of physical strength.
You know, speaking on Yeshaya using that as well, what about the different armies that turned on themselves? I'm sure it wasn't just, you know, Yeshaya took over their bodies and their bodies was, they had to have some kind of mental illness to come over them to make them start schizophrenia, you know, to come over and start attacking each other and kill each other instead of attacking the Israelites.
We're going, yes.
What's the paranoid one? Is that like the people that be online talking about gang stalking, like people like following them or something like that? They call it gang stalking or something.
Gang stalking.
Gang stalking, like they believe people are like organized and like they're like doing stuff like in the background, I guess, to like mess with them. Why they think they're following them or something like that.
I never heard of it, but I mean, it sounds like it's paranoid. I don't know if it's paranoid schizophrenia though. Certain qualifications that you have to have paranoid schizophrenia versus just being paranoid and having a phobia.
Because it was like a big thing for a while. They was calling it gang stalking, like it was like organized crime or something. And they thought people were like after them. No.
Ghetto I don't know, but that could be paranoid, but you know, you have to have certain factors for paranoid schizophrenia, yes.
So what type of schizophrenia or like mental disorders, like you could be in bed, right? You're getting ready to go to sleep. And then you just may hear like music in your head or you see like all these images flashing by you. And you just kind of go to sleep, or like you'll just be randomly doing something and then like a song just suddenly starts playing in your head. Like, is that?
I wouldn't
So
say,
that depends on how is the song.
right.
Are you thinking of a song or you actually hear like the song playing?
Oh, I mean, if it's like in your head.
No. There's a difference. Because I could be thinking of a song and say, or you can actually hear like you're at a concert and the song is blasting in your ear like it's live, like you at a live concert.
No.
Right.
So no.
No. If you can actually hear it like you're in a live concert,
That's a spirit in your head.
that's a hallucination. Because it's you're not at a concert. You're ready to go to bed. Avoidant personality disorder. It's the next thing we're going to talk on. And this disorder is kind of not like the others because this one actually says what it means. Avoidant personality disorder. You don't like negative evaluations about yourself. You don't like to hear anything negative about yourself. So you're going to avoid people.
Who deals with that?
Fearing criticism, fearing rejection. You avoid relationships or avoid the relationship that you are in. You feel inadequate. You view yourself as being socially inept. You look at yourself as you're not an appealing person.
Who told you these lies?
Right. This is avoidant personality disorder. 4 symptoms have to be present over a period of 6 months in order for it to be considered avoidant personality disorder. You avoid occupational activities. What's your sign? What you calling from? You're unwilling to get involved with people unless you know 100% that they like you. You hate criticism and you hate being rejected. And you have an inferiority complex to other people. People who have avoidant personality disorder, they don't trust people. They have a deep fear of abandonment, deep fear of rejection.
So they would talk themselves out of a relationship.
Yes.
Just or anything because they have a fear of being abandoned.
Because the person reaches out to love them and they pull away from fear. They pull away from fear. Yes.
Is that like kind of like what Kyle was saying earlier? Like you don't make eye contact with people. Like if somebody's talking to you and like they just looking at you in your face, you get uncomfortable and you might start looking around.
Yeah, but I mean, if that's the only thing that would be considered, you have to have 4 of the criteria in order to be considered. But yes.
What about like you enjoy like doing stuff, but like let's say like you want to go to a festival or something. And you're like, oh, I want to go, look at the flowers, but I don't want to deal with people, too many people. Like you don't be around people, like certain people, I guess, or just people in general.
No, this is avoidant. This is with relationships.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't like, I don't
like big crowds.
I don't like going to Walmart. I mean, like I go anywhere, but I don't like going to Walmart. But I don't like walking in Walmart. But that doesn't mean I have some type of disorder. It may be healthy not to want to go to Walmart. It may be healthy. We're going to talk major depressive disorder. And we're going to get Jeremiah chapter 25, verse 16. Major depressive disorder. It is diagnosed when an individual has present a low or depressed mood, feeling worthless, feeling guilt, feeling a lack of energy, bad appetite, poor concentration, agitation, suicidal thoughts. They're having all this bad stuff around them. And it's for 2 weeks or more. Remember bipolar 1 and 2, there was a 2-week cutoff. This is 2 weeks or more that you're dealing with this. It's not that you're on a high, but you're always low. You stay low. It's a mood disorder, and it affects how a person's feel. It disrupts how they function in daily life. And it stops you from living. Depression, otherwise as major depressive disorder, or what they have commonly called clinical depression. It's a serious mood disorder.
That was one that Shepherd got delivered from as well.
Yeah.
That was years ago, I believe.
Yeah.
He got delivered from that.
Persistent sadness, hopelessness, loss of interest. Jeremiah 25:16.
Jeremiah chapter 25, verse 16. And they shall drink and be moved and be mad because of the sword that I will send among them.
Punishment. Punishment, punishment, punishment. You're always sad. Punishment. Dealing with rebellion. The next one we're going to talk about is delirium.
How do you spell it?
It's DELIRIUM. Delirium is also called acute confusional state disorder. But it's delirium. That's what the DSM calls it now. Acute confusional state disorder. But delirium is shorter. All right, this one is over. It only takes a short period of time, typically hours, to be in this delirium state. What is a delirium state? A delirium state is impaired sleep cycle, emotional disturbances, hallucinations, and delusions. So we got impaired sleep cycle, emotional disturbances, severe hallucinations, and delusions. Now, it doesn't take all of these to be classified as being categorized under delirium. All it takes is one over a period of a couple of hours. Yes.
With the impaired sleep cycle, is that like you like always tossing and turning, or like?
That's kind of like insomnia.
So like, let's say you want to go to bed.
Toss and turn is not insomnia.
Okay.
Insomnia is when you're up.
So like, let's say you try to go to bed at like a reasonable time, like
Mhm.
9 o'clock, 10 o'clock,
Mhm.
but then you don't end up going to till like 1 o'clock in the morning.
Does that happen over a period of? What's it over a period?
It takes hours to be in this state.
It takes hours to be in this state, but over a period of 2 straight days. And not only that, you're confused in these 2 straight days. You're confused. You're drowsy in these 2 straight days. Your brain is not functioning in these 2 straight days. You feel some type of withdrawal from something within these 2 straight days. You're hyperactive in these 2 straight days. So there's other things. That's why it was used to be called acute confusional, because you're confused for 2 straight days. And it's not something where I don't know this math equation, I'm confused about it. and it took you 2 days to figure it out. Not like that. Your whole life is confused. Yes?
What's emotional disturbances?
What's an emotional disturbance? We've been talking about emotional disturbances all afternoon.
Oh, I thought you meant like something in like particular, like
No.
was like a behavior that was like disturbing, like a temper tantrum or something.
Want to know what's a emotional disturbance? What's a emotional disturbance? Go get a Ziploc bag, urine in it, carry it around with you. Emotional disturbance.
Okay.
You pull it out.
No,
You start-
it was poop.
Oh yeah, poop. Pull it out and you start sniffing it because you get strong. That's emotional disturbance. There's a disturbance because that's not normal
That's not normal.
emotions.
Got it. Okay.
Yes.
So let's say I know they're not combos, right? But if
What?
What?
I know they're not combos. Like I know we can struggle with more than one mental illness, and it's not like a combo. You put them together, you know. Like,
Right. It's not like a combo plate.
yeah. So, but so I can get an understanding of it.
Uh-huh.
Let's say with one of the emotional I don't know, one of the SMIs, right? You have an episode, like a severe episode with one of these SMIs. Can this come right after that severe episode? You know, like a state of delusion, insomnia, like confusion within those 2 days after that episode.
For this one?
Yeah. Can that,
For
like,
this one, the main thing is confusion over a 2 day period. And when I say confusion, I mean like you should be institutionalized.
like you don't know up from down.
Right. That's what I mean. You should be institutionalized for those 2 days. Not only is it that, but it's the lack of sleep, it's the lack of rest. All of those are attributed to the confusion that you're going through. But yeah, it's a state where, in fact, I don't think anybody's dealing with this one. But it's a state where you're just for 2 days and there's no stressor to it.
Oh, okay. That was.
There's no stressor. You just wake up and you're just in this confused state. You don't know anything. You don't go to work. You don't go to school. You don't clean yourself. You don't wash yourself. And you're up. 2 days. That's not good. Dysgraphia. 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 Now, this one is a neurological disorder, not really a serious mental illness. What is dysgraphia? Dysgraphia is where a person who writes and they can't write in a straight line. My wife just took some notes. That person would not be able to hold a pen or pencil straight. They can't control it. They write letters backwards. They write letters backwards. Now, you may think that it is dyslexia. It's not dyslexia. It's not dyslexia. They write letters backwards. They have trouble recalling on how letters are formed. They have trouble understanding how to use a lowercase letter versus a uppercase letter.
When it's appropriate to use it.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. That's dysgraphia, which is a neurological disorder. There's something not connecting in the brain.
And you know how when you have to write a paper at school and you have to write things like your points, how in order. If they're writing a story, the story would not be in order. You know what I mean?
Right.
So like the intro would be like in the middle and the body of the paper would be at the beginning?
Not like that. The
No,
events,
that's-
the order of events would not be in order. But so when I'm writing, and I'm writing on the line, that person will write really big, maybe lower and capital letters, lowercase letters together, and it'll be like all over the place. Because let's think about it. When we write, we're supposed to stop right here. That person will write and keep going all over the place. It wouldn't be no order
Right,
or anything.
right.
That was the water with that.
That's why it's neurological.
Yes,
That's
it's
how
neurological.
that's how a person's mind is operating.
Right. It's a learning disability, yes?
What if a person has messy handwriting, but like none of the other symptoms? Is that like borderline?
Messy handwriting is messy handwriting.
Oh, okay.
Messy handwriting by itself, it's not a disorder. But there has to be something attributed to the messy handwriting to make it a disorder.
And then instead of writing, you know how here you start at the module to write, they would start like here,
Right,
and they would just go big.
right.
Or like sideways.
Or they'll
Or
write here.
sideways.
They'll write. So number one will be here, and instead of putting number two here, they'll start over here and put number two, and then
Right.
number three will be like it'll just be all
All
over the place.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And I have seen some of y'all writing.
I was about to say something, but I don't remember what I was about to say now.
That's most definitely is dealt with up in here as well.
Dysgraphia. Now, it is a learning disability. And if you have ADHD, which we haven't went over, but we will, ADHD, then it is part of ADHD, writing skills. It's different from dyslexia because dyslexia is reading. It's not writing. So a person who's dyslexic, a person who's dyslexic, that's about reading. That's not about writing. Dysgraphia is about writing, hence the word graphia, or hence the word graph, right?
And the person who deals with that also deals with ADHD.
Right. NAM 2 and 4. So that's the difference between dyslexia and dysgraphia. Dysgraphia affects the writing, dyslexia affects reading. NAM 2 and 4.
Nahum chapter 2, verse 4. The chariots shall rage in the streets. They shall jostle one against another in the broad ways. They shall sing like torches. They shall run like lightning.
All right. Like the lightnings. Boom. Sometimes when you get up there in age, you start to, miss a word or two. That's okay.
Got him. We're gonna stop talking about that.
That's right. No, he ain't.
No, he ain't.
That just threw food to the fire.
I'm gonna tell you something
It's the wrong person to pick with.
about our youngest son. Ever since 2008, we've been getting
AARP.
AARP, whether it's
Mhm.
emails or pamphlets in the mail.
And
we
know who did it. We know who did it.
And he faithfully keep that going.
That keeps going.
I just got one.
A couple of weeks ago? A week
No,
ago?
last week. Yeah.
We get this AARP.
Well, I
No, we
didn't
haven't
sign
signed
up
up
for
for it. But somebody keeps signing us up for AARP.
You know.
Just wonder who it is.
Listen. From 2019
Mhm.
up until 2021. Remember, we was getting all them invitations from a Christian church.
Yeah.
Wonder where they come from. Y'all don't remember that? Y'all remember going to the mailbox and was getting all them invitations from a Christian church?
Those ads.
All right. Narcissistic personality disorder. That's the next one we're going to talk about. Narcissistic personality disorder.
That's okay. At least we know
Now-
we were still loved and thought about.
Right. Yes.
Before we move forward,
Yes.
so if you were diagnosed with dyslexia, then you more than likely have the dysgraphia too?
No. No.
No, it's two different
It's two
things.
different.
Dyslexia is when you see words backwards.
Right. Dysgraphia is when you write it
Right.
back.
So can you have both? You know, like if you have dyslexia.
If you do, you
also-
jacked up. I mean, I'm sorry.
What?
It's possible, but according to what I've been reading, not like that.
No, if you're dealing with the writing, the learning disorder, that's ADA. That's you also dealing with ADHD.
Narcissistic personality disorder, NARCISSISTIC. Narcissistic personality disorder. Now, remember when we talked bipolar 1, bipolar 2, and cyclothymia? Always up here, right? Narcissistic personality disorder, there is no this. It's this. All the time.
Yeah.
There is no depression. They don't even know what depression is. It's this. And they stay here. They are self-confident. They have a sense of high superiority. Hitler had narcissistic personality disorder. Stalin, Mussolini had narcissistic personality disorder. Martin Luther King had narcissistic personality disorder. Any of your actors or your music people have narcissistic personality
You
disorder.
come out and everybody praising you and clapping you. Yeah.
Narcissistic personality disorder.
People falling out crying when they
Right.
see you.
Right. It's narcissistic is just what it sounds like. How a person views themselves. And they view themselves as this high individual, but also they have an excessive need to be admired. They have a personal disdain for anybody who is weak in their eyes. They have a lack of empathy, no empathy whatsoever. Some of the characteristics, they're preoccupied with fantasies. They believe that they are special and they are unique.
And they're never wrong.
Never wrong. Never wrong. They are they require people to admire them.
Like Satan.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They are unwilling to recognize feelings and needs of other people.
Very
Unwilling.
selfish. Very selfish.
selfish. And what else they are is they are very envious of people.
Woo.
Extremely jealous and envious of people.
Mhm.
To the point where they will kill people. They are very arrogant, haughty, and they have a very high esteem about themselves.
Usually when you praying that out of a person, especially a man, that thing will be like, while you praying, trying to cast it, it'll be like,
Right.
that's how it act.
We tried to break that out of when we were at the other ministry. I remember a guy who had this, and I just had, after 10 minutes, it was like, okay, that's it. That's it.
I knew a guy who had it and got delivered.
Mm.
That's
So
how I know
8
how
things
the
that you
spirit
never
acts.
want to say to a narcissist.
Okay, let's hear it. This is gonna be fun.
First thing is, don't ever tell a narcissist it's not about them.
You bet not. It's all about me.
Right. Don't ever tell a narcissist you're not listening.
Ooh, you make your hands laid over you.
Don't ever tell a narcissist, do you think it might be your fault? Are you at error?
You going down a dangerous path right now.
Yeah. Stop being a bully. You don't tell a narcissist that. You don't tell them to stop playing the victim either. That's not going to be good for you. Generally, it happens in adolescence. Person's a child, and they feel something about themselves, and they grow to adulthood, and that thing just gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
Well,
Symptoms of MPD are pervasive, parent over time. Severe symptoms can impact a person's mentality to develop any type of relationship whatsoever.
we were told by a 6-year-old that they was the smartest one in the house. Go figure that one out.
We're going to go Isaiah 22:5.
We should have been, are you smarter than a 5th grader? No, 6th grade was kindergarten. 1st grade. 6-year-old is what? Kindergarten? Yeah.
Isaiah 22:5.
I think that may have been inherited. First preschool 5.
Let's read that.
Isaiah chapter 22, verse 5. For it is a day of trouble, and of treading down, and of perplexity by the Lord God of hosts in the valley of vision, breaking down the walls and of crying to the mountains.
All right. Let's go to our next disorder. Separation anxiety disorder.
All right. We know somebody that deals with this.
Separation anxiety disorder.
Now this could be where this could be where a person will be like, oh, I just love you. I just like being around you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? Let's evaluate that. Let's talk about that. What?
Separation. We have one more. Okay. So yeah, we got one more after that. So separation anxiety disorder. All right. So the duration of having this disorder, it's over a period of at least 4 weeks. The person could be a child up to 18 and older. Also have to be in diagnosis for 6 months with dealing with separation anxiety disorder. What is it? Reoccurring excessive distress when anticipating or experience separation from something, whether it's home or whether it is a person. Persistent and excessive worrying about being separate from a person. And this worry will bring on sickness, injury, disaster in their life,
Flu-like symptoms.
Flu-like symptoms or death. Extreme worry about losing somebody.
So is that what a person go with? Like, have you been, like, older people been together for a long time and then one dies and then the other just like they can't get right, they die?
Yeah. That will be separation anxiety disorder.
Babe, I ain't nothing without you.
Also, separation anxiety disorder is a persistent or excessive worrying about nothing. There's nothing to worry about.
You all right? You okay?
You all right? You okay? You all right? You okay? What's going on? What's happening? What are you doing? What's going on?
Why you looking like that?
Why you look? What up? What up? That's separation anxiety disorder. The person feels like they are not worthy for that person. So they have this separation anxiety disorder where they overly excess about things when they should not overly excess about anything.
Think that person
They are
wants to
in
get about that.
distress.
Yeah.
They are totally in distress. Yes?
You know, a good example of this is German shepherds or dogs, because as a dog, you don't have
Newsflash!
you don't have a as a dog, you don't have the Holy Spirit, you have a conscience, and you don't have a perception of time, things that we as people have. And so when you leave them at home, they have a high rate of actually having separation anxiety disorder, where they tear stuff up. A lot of them get sick, and they can actually get sick and die and have like heart attacks and stuff. But it's because they don't have the Holy Spirit and understanding of time. So when you leave them at home and they're gone for what they think is a long time, they start freaking out like, is this person ever going to come back? Are they going to return? But that's because they don't have the knowledge that a person would have. So a person that's going through this is dealing with the same thing. But you gotta think like a dog's going through it because they don't know. They don't know. They can't read a clock and say, oh, they're gonna be gone for 8 hours. So when you leave, they think, oh my goodness, they're leaving. Are they ever gonna come back? And that's how a person with this disorder operates.
Right.
Is that they act as though they don't understand what's happening.
They don't understand what's happening. Yes.
So you know how like a parent will have a child and how they like leave the child like in the room, like they're just walking out of the room, but then the child has to like go follow it, go see what's going on, or they stay in the room and they scream and cry.
Yeah.
As the person that's being like, I don't know what word, like
The parent maybe.
well, the parent being the one who is desired, how should they react to that child having that?
Well, first of all, that's not a child. That's not separation
Or even
anxiety
just two
disorder.
people, like how would a person react being the one who's like not necessarily causing it, but is the reason why the person goes into that episode?
Well, from a child point of view, what is it saying? That child is not confident enough, or that person is not confident enough to be independent on their own, because it doesn't happen with every child. Only some children, like when Malaka had Micah, she could walk out the room and go do whatever she was doing. He would sit there and he was confident enough. He would play by himself. He would do this and that. Whereas the baby now, soon she get up, he looking like she just stands up and he like, and he goes into this panic and he screams. What is that showing? He's not secure enough. He's lack of confidence. He don't have that confidence or that belief. Oh, she'll be back, or I'm just gonna play or something like that. And that's the same with a person who's dealing with this.
Right.
That person is dealing with some type of lack of security in themselves. They're not confident in themselves. And it's like that with some married people. If the woman get out the bed and she's out doing something and the man is in the bed, eventually he gonna come out and be like, hey, what you doing? What is that saying? What is she? Because his mind is racing. What is she doing in there? You know, if she's gonna do something where she's gonna forget about me, she's gonna put other things before me, I'm not gonna be important. But it's not the person, it's not the woman, it's the man, or vice versa.
Or vice versa.
Because I see it in married couples, like the Most High will start, Yeshua would give the man something to do, and the woman is not doing anything yet. And so she will start getting that anxiousness, that's insecurity. Like he's over here, he's doing this for the Lord, he's growing, but I'm not. So he may not look at me or think of me as being smart. He may replace me with that. And then what happened? The woman started acting up, started saying stuff, started getting in that man's way, and then you sure have to step in and say, "Woman, I did not call you to leave. Sit down."
So from the point of view of so
We still got some stuff to go through.
so as the person who is the one who walks out the room, how do you respond to when that other person is like having that
You know,
separation anxiety?
you know,
So, no, how you will say is, "I'm going to do this." You inform them, "I'm going to do this and this. I'll be back." Even though Nasa is a year old, but he still understands some things.
what about adults?
Yeah.
So even with adults, husband, wife, I have to go take care of this. I'm not forgetting about you. I just have to do this right now. So take you some deep breaths, relax yourself. I'm not leaving you. I'm here. It's just I have to take care of it. It's still about communication.
Right. Let's get some more about separation anxiety disorder, persistent, reluctant, or refusal to go out of the way, whether it's work or school, because of fear of separation. Persistent and excessive fear of reluctance to be alone. Repeated nightmares involving the theme of separation, and repeated complaints of physical symptoms, headaches, stomach aches, nausea, vomiting, when separation from major attachment figures is anticipated on their behalf.
A lot of people go through that with breakups too.
Right. Well, breakups is a little different. This is the person ain't going nowhere anyway. Right? They're not going on. They're not going anywhere. All right, we're going to read Second Chronicles chapter 15, verses 3 through 6, and then we're going to get our next disorder, which is ADHD.
This is the last
And that's the last one, and then we'll get to our case study. Second Chronicles 15, verses 3 through 6.
So you have to know where grown-ups, something could have happened with a parent or a parent figure
Mm-hmm.
for that to happen with the headaches, the stomach, and the stomach separation anxiety. Yeah.
Right. Yes?
Can I say something with the separation anxiety?
Sure, quickly though.
Yeah, quickly. When I first got married, my first year, that's how I felt towards my husband. And when I was younger, my both of my parents had to come to the States before I actually got to the States, and I always felt like an anxiousness, like I was so young that I saw them one day to another. To my next serious like commitment, it was my husband. So I would text him all the time, "Where are you? When are you gonna come back?" If you were to go like see you all and he didn't take me, "Hey, you've been over there for like an hour. When are you coming back to get me?" Or like, "Why are you not here?" And like it was constant texting and "What are you doing?" and "How are you not doing this?" And I would mind his business one, and I would mind my own, even to an extent of I became him. I didn't know me. Like
No, you didn't become him. He became your God
yeah, and I didn't have any substance
for
me.
you, for yourself. Yeah.
And it's incredibly hard to separate yourself from it because you don't see it. You don't see that you created this God, and you blame the other person for you feeling like that.
And that's
What
why we
you
have
can do,
teachings like this to get an understanding, so we don't act in those behaviors.
Yeah,
Right.
because it is a scary. You feel like.
Well, I know
Like,
it was
you
like
just
that
bring-
with Shepard because we first met. He used to
That's
stalk
just-
me all the time
Oh.
and follow me to the bathroom. He got off of work at 6, but he would hang out around me till 10 when I would get off. But I was just so fine. I was cute. Yeah. So I know. Shut up! I was a baby in the 70s. He told me that was in the 70s. But I was so cute. I was so fine. I know he couldn't live without me. Y'all see, he's still here. October 35 years. Toot toot.
All right. Do we
He
have
can
to-
barely keep his mind on his teaching now. Be looking at me something.
Don't even. Okay. All right. You know what? Let's get whatever scripture I just said.
2 Chronicles, chapter 15, verse 3. Now, for a long season, Israel have been without the true God, and without a teaching priest, and without law. But when they in their trouble did turn unto the Lord God of Israel, and sought him, he was found of them. And in those times there was no peace to him that went out, nor to him that came in, but great vexations were upon all the inhabitants of the country. And nation was destroyed of nation, and city of city, for God did vex them with all adversity.
With all adversity. All right, so we're going to talk ADHD. And then we're going to get to our case studies. ADHD. Now, it's common. Everybody's heard of ADHD. Neurological disorder of children. Diagnosed in children, and it lasts until adulthood. Somehow, some way, it burns itself off, but in some cases, adults still deal with it.
Yeah.
Children with ADHD have trouble paying attention. They have problems controlling their behavior. They don't think twice about anything that they do. They just do. They have a short attention span. They are easily distracted. They make careless mistakes. They forget things, lose things. Simple tasks are a problem for them. They are not able to listen and carry out instructions. Any one of these three, your child has ADHD. Any one of the three over a 2-week period, your child has ADHD. People with ADHD, 2 of the 3 following challenges. Difficulty staying on task.
Come on now, y'all got to pay attention now.
Difficult paying attention and daydreaming.
Bam.
Children who have ADHD are either very highly sensitive and empathetic, very high. They're often empathetic and they are highly sensitive children. Now, ADHD is not a learning disability. The DSM has changed that. It is not a learning disability. It is a neurological disorder. That's what it is. Children have, or young adults have they have this disorder where they're not able to behave. They're not able to pay attention. Now, when it comes to children with ADHD, of course, they're going to need prayer and deliverance, but as parents, don't sweat the small things. Be willing to be able to talk to your child. Don't get overwhelmed and lash out at your child, because that is going to make the ADHD even worse.
Because it's like this, because I have dealt with people like this with ADHD. So they can't really, you give them instructions, they can't follow it out. So you say, boy, what's wrong with you? You act like you're on drugs. But you're trying to give them instructions. So what happened? They get even shaky and nervous, and they can't function. They cannot function. They start messing up even more.
Right.
And the more they mess up, they won't stop. They keep trying to fix it until it gets worse and get bad. So you have to say, stop it. Stop it.
Right. Don't get negative with the child. Understand that your child, it's not your child, your fight is not with the child. The fight is with the ADHD. Okay? Those are very important tasks when it comes to this. And then the last thing with ADHD is Don't let your child or the disorder control you. Don't let it do that. Your parents, you have the authority.
But that's just like with Hosea here. He wanted to write the scriptures. He needed help. He got so frustrated where he just had a meltdown.
Mm-hmm.
Went through anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
So what did? We took him out into the kitchen, got us some cold water, whatever he did, had a conversation. You must remove that person out of that situation.
Right.
And then you deal with it, calm them down. You got to get that control back.
You have to get the control, take over the control as the parent.
And then what do? Then you can introduce that person back into, what's going on. But then what do? You don't do the same things that you did before. What do? You talk calmly. You
Right.
help them out. Okay, here's the scripture. Maybe if you write the scripture down first, that way, to help, instead of saying the scripture is this, maybe if you write the scripture down, and if he see it and he look in the book, he can see what it looked like and kind of match it up. You know what I
Right.
mean? But you have to help them.
You have to help the children.
People,
Gotta help
grown
the
up
children
too.
and the adults. All right, so we got 2 case studies. After the 2 case, well, first of all, before we get to the 2 case studies, a lot of information on the serious mental illnesses. What are you dealing with? We were open to advise what we're dealing with. What do you think you're dealing with?
So
you know what? Let's get the case studies first. Because I really want to get this one. What you about to say?
I was just gonna say, I was gonna say what I was and used to deal with, but it was the general anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
And did you see any other one with me? Oh, the schizophrenia. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yes. I got delivered from all of that in 2016.
Right.
But I went through a 3-year span.
Right.
And the devil was putting, it was all of them except the
Catatonic.
and I don't even know if that was trying to happen, because remember you prayed the ambulance spirit
Right.
out of my legs, so my legs would get like that.
Right.
But yeah, no, I didn't take no psychotropic drugs. What was my medication?
The Holy Spirit.
The Holy Spirit. I read the scriptures. You should know the truth, and the truth shall set you free.
Right.
So I believe the word of the Most High.
Right.
And I lived it.
So we have 2
and deliverance.
Sorry. So we have 2 case studies. You pay attention, and based off of what you have learned today, help these people.
Oh.
Yes. What?
Oh, go ahead.
All right. This is Debbie. She's a 34-year-old homemaker, married. Her husband, Mark, is a 37-year-old corporate lawyer who specializes in international law. Debbie and Mark met each other 11 years ago, shortly after he was hired by his father's firm. They have been married for 7 years and have no children. They divide their time among 3 residences: a lavish, decorated townhouse in Boston, a 14-summer home in New Hampshire, and a large condo in Zurich, where Mark spends frequent business trips to Europe. The therapist made first contact with Debbie one afternoon in February, when she called in a panic about a marital crisis. She was clearly agitated and sounded as if she had been sobbing. After briefly introducing herself, she described her crisis. Her and Mark had gotten into an argument and he just finished packing for a business trip. She accused him of abandoning her and began to insult her insult him and berate him. In the heat of the fight, she threw several porcelain figures at him, each one costing $700. None of them struck him or even came close. As she continued to fight him, he slapped her with enough force to knock her off balance. She started sobbing. When he saw that she was not injured, he began to leave. Debbie threatened to kill herself if he left her alone, but he walked out of the door. After a little while, Debbie called a friend. The friend was a former patient of therapist and suggested that Debbie call him. The therapist was extremely concerned over several aspects of the call. The first was mention of suicide. He asked Debbie if she really wanted to die. She seemed to be a little surprised by the urgency in his voice. No, she said. She didn't really want to die, but she often got so angry with Mark that she said things like that. The therapist continued. Did she have a concrete plan? Did she have any previous attempts? When her answers were negative, the therapist felt assured that she was in no immediate danger and did not require hospitalization. He also was concerned about the domestic violence. Debbie was taken aback by this phrase, even more than a talk about suicide. No, neither she nor Mark ever really got hurt. Of course, she had no desire to file charges. Once again, convinced that there was no immediate danger, he arranged an initial consultation during lunch the next day. Debbie arrived on time. She began to thank the therapist for his concern the day before. His concerns were not over, though, and he began to ask her once again about her ideas of suicide and feelings of depression. She repeated that suicide was not a threat, was a frequent threat, but that she had no real intention of dying. He then asked her about her mood. Had she been depressed, irritable, bored? She reacted to the latter, saying that for the last several years, she has felt apathetic and lethargic. This was especially noticeable when Mark was away, but it persisted to some extent most of the time when he was home too. He asked he then asked her whether she had spoken to Mark since their argument. She called him in Switzerland to apologize and to say how important he was to her. Mostly, she didn't want him to worry. According to Debbie, this switch from anger to concern was common. I have these lightning fast changes in my feelings for Mark. It is like there's a switch inside of me that moves from nice to mean. I remember one time when we took an elevator to a business party. I was feeling fond of him and proud of his success. But then at the moment he walked out of the elevator and into the hall, I suddenly hated him. I started saying that he only had his job because he married me and that he was living off my father's money. It is not true, you know. Anyway, I said that he was manipulative and controlling and arrogant. We were in the hallway and I was yelling at him and he was yelling back. We had just turned around. We had to just turn around and leave. This happens all the time. I suddenly get mean and vindictive. I really worry about one day I'll just drive him away. The therapist began to ask Debbie about domestic violence. Mark struck her yesterday. Had he hit her before? She replied that he slapped her once before. It was a slap like yesterday's. She had also slapped him on occasion, but usually she throws things at him. She claims that she doesn't really want to hit him. In fact, she never really aims. The violence has never escalated beyond this level. The therapist began to ask her about other aspects of her relationship. Therapist. How is your sexual relationship with Mark? Debbie, do you mean how much or how good? Therapist, both. Debbie, well, it's pretty dismal. I guess we make love twice a month on average, but remember, he's not at home. Therapist, do you enjoy it? Debbie, he seems to. I don't really. I don't even think it was meant for me to enjoy it. I used to get excited about it, but I haven't for a long time. I feel like I'm sexually dead. Therapist, do you have any plans for a family? Debbie, God knows. We used to talk about it, but we usually end up fighting. I get so angry at Mark and I swear to never have his children. I didn't think he deserved any. You know, I've had 2 abortions. I scheduled them for when he was away, and I don't think he knows. I mean, really? Why would I want to go through all that just for him? First of all, I don't know if I could take the pain of having children, but that's just the beginning. I don't know if I could stand them to be around them, needing me, depending on me. I suppose I would get a nanny like my mother did for my brothers, but I'd still be their mother. They would always be needing things and wanting things. I don't want that. And I think the money they'll cost. Therapist. Would money be a problem? Debbie. Well, you just can't throw it away. Now, Mark does that. His younger brother always calls out for handouts of one kind or another. And there's Mr. Generous, always shelling out. I feel robbed. You know, sometimes I think his brother is out to take us. I really do. But I try not to think about it. I have Mark's accountant look after all the money. I was never good with numbers myself. Personal history. Debbie is the oldest of 4 children. She has 3 brothers who are 12, 15, and 17 years younger. She has persistent problems in mathematics and writing through school. She graduated from high school without distinction and did not attend college. Debbie had a moderate successful career as a fashion model until her marriage to Mark. Debbie's parents are both from poor manufacturing town in Connecticut. They were married in their teens, with her mother became pregnant with Debbie. For the first few years of life, Debbie lived in Cambridge, Massachusetts, where her father went to engineering school. Soon after graduating, he founded a small company and designed and manufactured medical equipment. This business has grown into a large corporation with 3 plants in the United States and 2 in Europe. Debbie's mother has never been employed outside the house. Debbie describes her mother as a professional hostess who is very involved in entertaining clients and social gathering at company events. Debbie described her father as strict, demanding tyrant who would get his way through intimidation and reproach. She also describes him as an opinionated bigot. He was very proud of his rag to riches in business and expected his children to have similar successes. Debbie recalled that when he would stand over her while she did her homework, he would criticize her at any trouble. Countless times he said, "Why can't you get it? What's the matter with you?" Debbie described her mother as a non-entity who passively submitted to her husband's overpowering will. She rarely offered Debbie any encouragement or compassion and seemed to be consumed with trying to perform for her husband's stringent expectations and her growing dependence on alcohol and barbiturates. Over the years, Debbie's parents spent less time with her, and by the time her brothers were born, they had little interest in childcare. They hired professional sitters to care for them for a very little. Debbie also mentioned that her husband Mark was a highly successful corporate lawyer. He speaks fluent German, French, and Italian, and is a wonderful negotiator. and was a key figure in establishing overseas the plants in Belgium and Switzerland. He is a workaholic who is in the country less than half the time and spends 70 hours a week in the office. This information made Debbie suggestions of nepotism all the more dramatic, while also setting a context for her relationship and making her fears of abandonment more understandable. That is Miss Debbie, 34-year-old. Case study number one. What you have learned thus far and what you have heard. Diagnosing.
So I think can I say all of what I think she's dealing with?
You can.
So I think she's dealing with histrionic because of the big outburst between her and her husband, her throwing stuff, not necessarily wanting to hit him, but to make this big dramatic scene. I put bipolar 2, although I was in the bathroom, you explained that one, but her change in like her moods and stuff, it's gotta be one of the bipolars.
Remember, bipolar 1 and 2, it's over a 2-week period of depression, 7 days of manic.
Oh, well then, never mind, scratch that, I'll take that off. Definitely separation anxiety. I have also avoidant personality disorder, dysgraphia because it mentioned how she had trouble in school with writing. And then I have ADHD.
It said writing or math.
It was math.
Oh. I thought it said writing.
No, it was math. She hired an accounting to keep track of their accounts.
Right.
And then I also have ADHD.
Okay. Anybody else?
I was gonna add the schizo form because she said inability to experience pleasure, and then like she didn't like want children, or like I can't explain it, but like she didn't feel anything like towards like motherhood or.
But remember with schizophrenia, the main thing is delusions or hallucinations when it comes to schizophrenia.
But the main one, the history, I agree with that
Mm-hmm.
one. Yeah.
Anybody else before we get to number 2?
I put major depressive disorder because it said that she was depressed for more than like 2 years, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I put histrionic because mainly the suicide accusations stood out to me. And also when she noted that there would be this change in her husband's like attention when he would like ask certain questions.
Mm-hmm.
And also I feel like with histrionic people, kind of like with the cutting situation, they're not cutting because they genuinely want to die, but for like the attention. Separation anxiety, he is always away.
Mm-hmm.
She feels like he's not good enough, and it doesn't help. I know we're not talking about the husband, but I really believe that he has OPCD because he's very performance driven, but that's something extra.
Yeah, who?
OPCD.
Obsessive compulsive personality disorder, because he was like very performance driven. And then let me see, I put narcissistic personality disorder because she was like, oh, he wouldn't have his job if it wasn't for me.
My God, no, he doesn't deserve children.
Yeah.
Who are you?
Yeah.
Say he doesn't deserve.
Very selfish. Yeah.
Anybody else? What time is it? We're gonna go a little past sundown, folks.
It's on Sunday, 8:25.
Right. Anybody else?
No.
Well,
Anybody talking to children?
I added in the general anxiety disorder.
Because why do you say general anxiety disorder? You get your answer, you gotta say why.
I ain't right.
Oh, man.
From what I heard, I just put what I thought.
Okay.
Oh, maybe because it said it was like always on edge.
Yeah.
And she said how her emotions dramatically changed with him, or like she was either loving him or hating him, basically.
I don't think that describes anxiety.
general anxiety disorder.
Or be irritable. She was irritated with
And
him.
she was irritated with him. Yeah, but remember with general anxiety disorder, it takes a few of those.
Oh yeah, you're right.
But yes. Was anybody else?
I added, I could be wrong, conduct, because she, like, was you.
Conduct disorder?
Yeah, she was out there tackling.
Right. Conduct disorder, that's mostly children though. The conduct disorder and the other, the oppositional, that's mainly with children. But yeah.
Do you men want to try?
I put separation anxiety disorder
Mhm.
because her husband was away a lot, but when they were having that where he slapped her, she was trying to keep him from leaving, and she was saying, "If you leave, I'm gonna kill myself."
Mhm.
Bipolar because she was in the elevator with him, but then when she was fine, but when she exited the elevator, her emotions toward him immediately changed, and she started hating him and having this disdain for him, or for him. I'm sorry.
Right. Remember with bipolar, it's 7-day high, 2-week low.
I think that could have been a form of jealousy there.
Yeah.
Because jealousy, you wouldn't have this if it wasn't for me. It could have been narcissistic. It could,
That was more narcissistic personality disorder. But yeah, separation anxiety, most definitely. Anything else?
I was also thinking about the paranoid schizophrenia because of how she was operating with. She said her brother was out to get. She was looking at her brother was out to get them, or her brother-in-law was out to get them, or something, or their finances.
It could be, but remember, it's a delusion over a period of time. It's delusions or hallucinations over a period of time. She just was angry because he would give the brother the money. She was angry. She was jealous.
Jealous, yeah.
We're gonna blow the. Is it time? Yeah, we gotta blow it short. It's 25 after. Then we're gonna get to case study number 2. All right, case number 2. Because we want to, try to get you all out. Or not. Case number 2. All right. And then we'll go around the room and see if you match up with what the Holy Spirit advised us. Case number 2. Like many Americans, Jeff loved cars for as long as he can remember. Throughout his childhood, he collected toy cars and built models. As he grew older, his infatuation became a passion. About 10 years ago, he bought a dilapidated 1956 Chevy 2-door hardtop. Over the next several years, he lovingly restored it to show-winning condition. Last year, he bought a Corvette of the same vintage, which, though drivable, will still require significant restoration in his specially prepared garage workshop. He is a car fanatic outside of his garage as well. He watches at least one car event every weekend, subscribes to 11 car magazines, and serves as the vice president of Motor City chapter of the Tri-Chevy Association. He doesn't mind the winter planning meetings with the other club officers, but he lives for frequent summer events where he can live and breathe Detroit iron. This weekend, his club met at Mid-Ohio Raceway, but he did not go. In the last 2 months, he had missed 3 similar events and 1 planned event.
His favorite parts store went unvisited. Races went unwatched. Magazines piled up, unread. His vet languished untouched. He hadn't even driven his pristine hardtop in a month. The cars he loved so fervently. Now he looked with nothing and said, "My give a crap meter is on zero." Work was pretty much the same story. He used to feel lucky. He designed cars and got paid for it. He even got a promotion a few months ago from design engineer to project manager. At first, things seemed to go well, but as soon as he started having trouble getting his new staff organized, and they fell behind on their deadlines, the more he pushed, the more the group was proactive, and the more things got out of control. One engineer transferred to another department. The others were looking to leave. Even his secretary was being resentful and defensive. He knew his group was doing badly, but he had no idea what he should do about it. So he did nothing and gradually stopped caring. He called in sick as much as he dared. He was not turning out to be such a great manager after all. Now, nor was he a great father. It used to be that dinner time was always family time, and that dinner he always made time for the girls, bathing them until they got too old for that, reading them stories, or playing computer games. Only after they were tucked into bed, and he would retreat to his sacred workshop downstairs. But in the last few months, he barely had talked to his children. Excuse me. He cannot even remember at what point their games became annoying and irritated, or to the point where he began to stare at the TV at all, not really caring what was on. He, he eventually gave up TV because he could not stand Renee's accusing looks when she passed by. Now, when he came home, he just went to the garage and sat. He blankly stared at his 256 Chevys. Once they were his pride and joy. Now, when he looked at them, he felt nothing. Nothing seemed to matter anymore. His cars, his job, his family, his life. Thoughts of his death occurred frequently in the past few weeks, and they now return. It was hard to see the point of living. There was there was his family, but he had insurance. Would it be enough to support them? Probably. Would Renee remarry? Undoubtedly. Now, no doubt to a much better husband and father than he was. But suicide might be hard on Renee and the girls. It might be better if there's an accident. Walk in front of a bus, crash into a bridge support. He wouldn't use his Chevys. That would be wasteful. The Camaro would do. It used to be that the thoughts of his death made him a little scared, but lately they seem to have a calming effect. As he sit calmly contemplating his suicide, the phone rang. Jeff, hello? Bill. Hey Jeff, it's Bill. We missed you this weekend. Haven't seen you in a while. Jeff. Yeah, well. Bill, how's the vet coming? Jeff. About the same. I haven't done much. I haven't done anything. Nothing. Bill, you don't sound so good. Is everything all right? Jeff, I don't know. Bill, Jeff, you sound pretty down. Are you okay? Do you feel like talking to somebody or something? Is there something I can do? Jeff, I don't know. Maybe there's something. Bill, name it. Jeff, what's the name of your friend in the psych department? The one at the clinic? 5 minutes later, the phone rang. A man introduced himself as Bill's friend from the clinic. After some brief introductions, he asked Jeff to describe what led to his referral for therapy. After Jeff recounted his thoughts that night, the therapist asked Jeff to meet him in the hospital in 20 minutes. He asked Jeff to put Renee on the phone. He explained who he was and that Jeff needed to go to the hospital, maybe for a few days, and he added she was to drive. Jeff is a 37-year-old mechanical engineer employed by a design manufacturer for an automobile company in Detroit. Renee is assistant principal of an elementary school. They have 2 daughters and they live in an upper middle class suburb. Jeff grew up in a middle class suburb of Cleveland. His father was vice president and general manager of a small manufacturing firm until his retirement 7 years ago. His mother had a series of part-time secretarial jobs. Jeff has 2 older sisters. The older is an oncologist in San Francisco and she is divorced. The younger is married to a real estate broker and does not do work outside the home. Jeff's father ran the company with a firm hand and did the same with his family, especially his only son. He rarely gave praise for the work well done, though he thought quick to criticize any mistake. He made little fuss when Jeff graduated with a master's degree, nor when Jeff's sister graduated from medical school. He was a stern but fair disciplinarian. He could be harsh in his punishments, but they were usually deserved. According to Jeff, his father was the most central charismatic and he was the most stubborn. Jeff's mother was a non-entity in the home who was completely dominated by her overbearing husband. His older sister was often bossy with her friends and siblings, though perfect subservient to their father. His younger sister was a rebel, something of a rebel in high school, but she seems to have settled down when she started a family. Jeff remains close to this sister and maintains a distant but cordial relationship with the elder sibling. Jeff estimates that his childhood experience was very normal. Although he did not have a close relationship with his parents or his older sister, he and his younger sister shared many close experiences. They described several typical childhood mishaps, one of which he broke his leg falling out of a tree, but he denied any psychological trauma episodes and instances of abuse. When asked to describe his marriage, at first, he could only talk about what a poor father and husband he had been, how he found almost everything Renee and the girls did as annoying and pointless. Lately, they interacted very little, and when they did, treated him with the same mixture and concern of frustration and contempt. He described some family event with the attitude of one wistful tone as if it was remembered from a long vacation past. In therapy, Jeff began to describe his marriage more fully and more objectively. He and Renee met while they were in graduate school and they married a few years after graduating with their master's degree. He described their marriage as a real partnership. We both share in domestic duties. He had probably changed more diapers and cooked more dinners than she had, he observed. His only real complaint was that sometimes she took on a dominant, bossy attitude. In some ways, she was like his father and older sister, always having their way. He resented this, especially after spending all day being harassed by his section chief and hassled by his secretary and co-workers. Jeff's description of the job followed a similar pattern. After a few weeks, Jeff generally enjoyed his job. He had the unavoidable conflicts and demands, bosses, and grunting subordinates, but on the whole, he looked forward to going to work. Things changed after his promotion. The productivity of his group rapidly declined. The section chief became more insistent on Jeff's productivity. He felt trapped. He felt overwhelmed. On one hand, he recognized a lot of insufficiencies and redundancies in his group, but he could not get them to adopt his plans. On the other hand, Jeff felt humiliated to ask anyone for help in managing his project group. It made sense to talk to other managers, as Renee had often told him, but he could not bring himself to do it. When asked about friendships, Jeff remarked he didn't have any. Renee seemed to have a lot of friends who were teachers and administrators, but he had only a few acquaintances. They knew several parents of their children, classmates, but no one really well. When the therapist asked about Bill, Jeff thought of his fellow club members primarily as car fanatics, not friends. But he remembered Bill's concern and had received cards and calls from other club members. He thought he might have some friends after all. This is Jeff, case study number 2. Yes, ma'am?
I believe it was bipolar disorder 2, a GAD, the generalized anxiety disorder, and then it led to major depressive disorder. It's bipolar 2. We talked about his high goals when he got that promotion and everything, how he was so stoked about it, and then gradually everything started decreasing to him being generally anxious and like short with his daughters and his wife, and then turning into him wanting to commit suicide and being at that state where falling into depression too. Maybe it's not that bad right now.
Yeah, remember bipolar is up 7, down 2 weeks, up 7, down 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I don't know if you followed that pattern, but the rest of them probably yes.
I thought it was also bipolar until you kept us reading the story, but I would diagnose that as major depressive disorder because he wanted to commit suicide and he had a plan on how the different ways he could do so. I also have Asperger's because he was so focused on that one topic, like how people.
The car.
Yeah, the cars was such a big thing for him. And I have avoidant personality disorder because he didn't like his sister, his dad, or even his bosses telling him what to do. So he avoided those relationships by no communication with his kids and coworkers. He was calling off of work to avoid that.
Right. Okay.
I'd say cyclothymia.
Cyclothymia.
Because of his drive and his work ethic and, putting his everything into work and to really his goals. And when his goals weren't completed or he didn't feel like they were even completed as they should have been completed, it ruined every aspect of his life. It didn't just take out the goal aspect of his life, it took every single aspect of his life. And that's what happens with the cyclothymia, is that you have extremely high goals and you'll hit those goals because you have those goals. But the one time that you don't hit those goals, everything in your life seems to down spiral. And now it seems like you're dealing with a million other different situations when really it's the cyclothymia that you're dealing with. And so, his entire case study sounds nothing but cyclothymia. And so while you have all these other things like, bipolar 2 and the anxiety disorder, that seems like this is what he's dealing with as well. That's cyclothymia is so strong that you have failed at one thing, you failed at everything in life, whether it be relation, and it could be that you failed at being, and like he did, he failed at whatever he did, but it translates into everything in your life now, because now you fail at relationships, now you fail at being a dad, you fail at being a husband, you fail at being a brother, and you've never failed in any of those places. But because he failed in the one place where he shouldn't have failed in, cars, where he's supposed to be good at, now everything else just goes downhill from there, even though it's not even failing in those areas of life.
Okay. Anybody else?
I put Asperger's because he was really into the cars. I put avoidant personality disorder because he didn't want to ask help on the job out of fear of humiliation. I did put schizophreniform just for the loss of interest. Might be a bit of a stretch.
Schizo, remember, has to be delusions or hallucinations.
And
in order to be diagnosed with any schizo.
And then I put cyclothymia as a possibility as well.
Yes, cyclothymia for sure. Uh-huh.
And that's it.
I put the avoidant one,
Mhm.
because that was a major depressive.
Yes.
I put bipolar, but I put bipolar 1 because I felt like it was really drastic. Like he was planning like how he wanted like to die, to kill himself. But I think it's also bipolar 2.
No,
Yeah, not bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, because that's, remember, 7 day up, 2 week down.
Major depressive is suicide with it.
Right. Major depressive is definitely. So she's still going.
But I was gonna say I put social anxiety disorder, but after hearing like how you said like the general, that makes more sense because he wasn't uncomfortable with large groups.
Right. Because he planned
He was
things.
showing up.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yes.
So I put histrionic disorder. So his parents, his father. How he didn't
Wait, which one?
histrionic.
Okay, histrionic is mostly women. Histrionic mostly is dealing with women when it comes to that. But go ahead.
Well, I thought when he was someone's father, you give him they recognize him when he accomplished his masters and like, you know what I mean, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Okay.
So you talk about this more as parents. When it comes to his life,
Mm-hmm.
that's why I said that.
Yeah, histrionic is mostly with women. It would be more like cyclothymia, which is mostly with men. All right, major depression for sure. Yes, anybody else? All right, so those are the 2 case studies.
Good job.
Yeah, good job,
really
everybody.
good, yeah.
Y'all did really good on those case studies with the material that you learned. Now comes the hard thing, diagnosing yourself. And remember, we're gonna call out all this on next week Friday for deliverance service.
So don't nobody call me. Don't call me. Come on. Ma, do you think? No, don't nobody call me. You all need to go into prayer and ask Mother.
But what do you
help
think?
you all.
What do you think you're dealing with? Yes.
So I think the first one that I'm dealing with is social anxiety disorder, like being able to speak in front of people. Like now it's not like I say when it starts. I know when I was younger, it was like really bad, but I would start to feel like my heart and stuff racing, and I will also use when it comes to the social anxiety disorder, I will also use like sex was a huge thing with me. I think now Asperger's it was something that I'm dealing with because I would focus on one task, and I would be able to, like I say with the Bible, memorize information with it. Whatever like interests me, I'm able to memorize information on that.
Mm-hmm.
I used to be like really clumsy. My handwriting is terrible. I have difficulty at managing my emotions. Also, I think what's huge I deal with as well is ADHD. Like I always have to be doing something, especially with my hands. And also dysgraphia, as far as with my handwriting as well, because my notes and stuff would be all over the place. That's pretty much it.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, I deal with social anxiety disorder.
Uh-huh.
I deal with what is it? Bipolar 2 disorder, Asperger's, as well as separation anxiety disorder, um, and as well maybe avoidance. Avoidance. Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay.
For me, the general anxiety disorder, the excessive worrying, the restlessness, my mind going blank, having sleep issues, being irritated easily. The autism spectrum disorder one. The cyclothymia one. I thought maybe the obsessive compulsive personality disorder because some of the stuff, but maybe that's just like the OCD, like the
It could be.
scheduling and strict stuff. So I'm not really sure. And I wasn't really sure about the not the maybe one of the schizophrenias, but I think it's more like delusion, not like hallucination. Like,
Well, you have, in order to have schizophrenia, it has to be delusion. You have to have delusions and hallucinations.
okay. Well, that one and then I thought dysgraphia because my handwriting is bad, but it's with other stuff, the bad handwriting, and it's not.
It's
like,
just not about the
Now,
handwriting.
dysgraphia is not just about handwriting, it's
It goes
about
with
writing
other stuff.
things backwards. It's about, it's about writing things backwards. It's about the bad handwriting, but it's also about not having your things that you write kind of like all over the place. Okay, anybody next? Anybody else? Yes.
Avoidant personality disorder. Sometimes I have trouble making eye contact with people, especially like when I go out. Like sometimes when I come here, I have issues making eye contact and a couple other things. Major depressive
Is that
disorder.
making eye contact or keeping eye contact?
Both sometimes, but also like not liking to hear negative things about myself, feeling inadequate. Major depressive disorder. Narcissistic personality disorder. I feel like that comes a lot from my childhood, but also just a lot of things with that. I'm not gonna get into. Let's see.
No, you don't have to get into it. You just
General anxiety disorder. Histrionic. I feel like most definitely. Maybe bipolar. I have to pray about that. Maybe schizophrenia.
Schizophrenia is delusions and hallucinations. You have to have those. Okay? In order to be diagnosed with schizophrenia over a period of time. Who else? Next.
I would say major depression is one of my biggest ones. Avoidance.
Yeah.
Anxiety.
All right.
I would have said bipolar, but I'm not sure.
Bipolar. 7 days on that manic. And then depression for 2 weeks. That's what bipolar is. Next. Who do we have left?
They don't have to go. We
I
just
mean, yeah,
asking.
okay, yeah. If you don't want to go, that's fine.
But you all still need to get going to prayer.
Right.
I would say 100% that I need to go into prayer. I know I used to deal with the cyclothymia very, very hard, and that's why even seeing that case study was just like, it was almost looking at a case study of myself. And I know narcissism for sure was something that, I dealt with for a very, very, very long time. And, my issue with narcissism now is more of, if I know something, am I knowing it because I'm being a narcissist, or is it something that I really supposed to bring out or no? You know, so I think that's what my fight is now is, am I being a narcissist and saying, oh, I know I'm right, or am I right in sticking up for something that I know I should be sticking up for?
Okay. But if you're right, if you're saying you're right and we're serving the Lord, can you prove it?
Right.
But even with that, you can still be a narcissist and say, I told you, you know? Even with the right information, you can still be a narcissist.
Yeah.
So I think that's...
Okay. Have you gotten delivered from that?
Which one?
Did you go through deliverance from psychophania?
Yes.
Where was that?
When we talked about it a long time ago. Well, you know, I'm not going to say I went through deliverance for it because I still operated the same way, I would say. And now, and I mean, I'm not going to say it's with age, but definitely I feel more even keeled now where, you know, a disappointment isn't something that's going to change my life or even that moment of my life. It's more of a learning lesson instead of a, you know, it's a huge change in my life or even emotionally being one way for, you know, a certain amount of time and then changing, just, you know, fair weather or whatever. And then just having to go through months of, you know, angry or depressed or not even talking. My biggest thing is just not talking at all.
Which can be torment for your partner, mental torment for your wife, not your partner, because a partner means something else.
Is the not talking, because that's something that I also do. Is that avoidant personality disorder?
Exactly.
It is.
Which was something else I used to do a lot was just not talk at all.
And so we have to realize that if you used to act a certain way and you didn't go through deliverance, that spirit is still in there. It's just dormant and something else could be happening with you now. So we still need to so why did Mother bring this teaching up and the things that was brought up? Because those spirits are still in there and we need deliverance.
Right. And we're going to get deliverance.
I have a question.
Yes.
So with ADHD, remember how I asked a question earlier about the whole when so like say if Mama was to give me a list of tasks to do, and then she keeps like I know it now that it's her reminding me, but it makes me shut down. Could that be a form of ADHD or no?
Well, ADHD is a learning behavior disorder.
Oh.
It's a neurological disorder.
No. When I give you a task to do and I keep reminding you, that's a form of rebellion because you're thinking. Let's be honest.
No, not
you
one
don't have
task. It's like when you're like, grab this from off my bed. Also do this. Also do this, and also do this. And I'm like it's too much. And I get overloaded, and then I just like shut down. Like
That could be general anxiety disorder.
Yes. Oh, okay. Most definitely.
Where you're given certain tasks to do, and
anxiety will make you shut down.
Anxiety will make you shut down. So that would be general anxiety disorder.
And so, how would you fix that? Okay, the order you were given things one at a time. So you start panicking, you start getting anxiety. So if I'm asking you to do something, I'm not saying like
do it right now. Right then.
No, I mean it. It got to get done. I'm not saying
all tasks at the same time.
But you can't do 4 tasks.
So if I say I'm gonna take this glass in the kitchen, when you take this glass in the kitchen, go in my room, get this off the shelf, bring it to me, and go in the room, get this off the shelf, and then go in the bathroom, give me some tissue. So how would you do that? Take the glass in the kitchen, go in the room. Get what I asked you to do. Go in the bathroom, get me the tissue, and so. But with anxiety, you feeling overwhelmed. You start feeling anxiety, and you thinking like I'm saying to just
do everything at once.
And then in my mind, I would go put the glass up, grab the tissue because it's on my way to your room, and then just bring it. So yeah.
So you put the glass up, go in the room, because you notice how I give you instructions. Do I give you instructions all over the place? So every time I'm interacting with you all, I'm always in a, and it's just how mother has raised me up. I'm always in a teaching. It's something that a lot of assignments or something I may give you all is because mother has shown me something. And it's something that needs to be worked on. But I'm not going to come to you and say, hey, mother said you need to work on this, this, and this.
Right.
Because that's not how I'm given all the time. Like with him, when we did we was at Gateway and we did the plants.
Yeah.
For the summer, we got all these plants and we did all this. He had to take care of them. But with plants, you can't just leave them. You have to prune them. You have to water them. If you overwater them, they will die. If you don't water them, they will die. So that was his way. Mother showed me to deal with him, to teach him about family. So I didn't go and tell him, oh, we're going to do this so because you need to learn about family. Because that's going to be, he going to fake it. You know, he's going to do it because, oh, this and this, and it's not going to be real. So I'm going to get with him. Oh, you know what? I want to plant some tomatoes. Okay, let's go get let's go get the seeds. Let's do this. Let's do that. And so he's going to get the dirt. He's going to get the pot. He's going to read up on, like he have to do the research. He have to do the work. He know, do you prune them? What do you do? When are they ripe? So with a family, what do? You got to be very nourishing, like you do it if you doing crops, or if you're doing what we had, greens, tomatoes, strawberries, and he had to take care of that.
Right.
And some days it was cold, and some days it was wet. He didn't feel like being out there. He had to sweep up all the dirt. And
you have any more questions? Next week is stress. We're gonna get Psalms 1. Next week is stress. Or bug killing.
Got it.
that was a net, yeah. You won't bite me.
Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate day and night. And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. The ungodly are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind driveth away. Therefore the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous, but the way of the ungodly shall perish. I keep falling in love with him over and over and over and over again. I keep falling in love with him over and over and over again. It gets sweeter and sweeter as the days go by. Oh, the love between my Lord and I keep falling in love with him over and over again.
Well, we want to thank you for joining us on live stream. I know it was a challenge earlier, but we got it going. Thank you for joining us on live stream. Thank you for joining us here. If you found the lesson educational, like, share, and subscribe. Notification bell that'll let you know it go live. Next week will be deliverance service, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where we're going to call out all these mental illnesses that we have learned about and go into prayer and Kwam Yasharala.
Kwam Yasharala.